Please take a seat. May I call on Reverend Daniel Burton to begin with the reflection, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My best friend Faraz is a Muslim, so he has just started Ramadan. We met in 1987 when I was working as a volunteer in a children's home in Ramallah in the occupied Palestinian territories. His family took me under their wing, and I used to spend my days off with them having endless conversations with Abu Mohammed about how to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and enjoying Mohammed's delicious Palestinian cookery. 38 years later, Faraz lives in Buckingham. I live in Oldham. The Middle East conflict is no nearer a solution, but we are both still involved in the cause as trustees for a small charity, ABCD Bethlehem, that supports children and their families living with disability. There are a lot more of them in Gaza this Ramadan than there were last Ramadan. Faraz has just started Ramadan, and I've just started Lent. Yesterday was Ash Wednesday, and people came to church to be marked with a cross, an ash cross on their forehead, and to be told, remember that you are dust. Dust might seem messy, but it's actually made up of tiny particles, atoms, that make up everything. Our bodies, the stars, even the distant planets that we've been able to see in the sky recently. The same dust that makes us is the same dust that fills the universe. It's amazing that we are all connected in this way. The ashes with which we were marked yesterday remind us of two things. First, that our lives are short, so time is precious and is to be well spent. And second, that we are connected to everything created, I would say, by God. It's a sign that we are fearfully and wonderfully made, as it says in the book of Psalms. We're all part of something bigger, from the earth below to the stars above and to every living thing. Reminding myself of these connections is part of the reorientation of Lent. It's about recovering perspective and seeing the bigger picture. Ramadan and Lent offer that annual opportunity to get back to basics, to remind ourselves what matters, to give up the trivial, and to concentrate on the serious. This is essential for local politicians as well. You are here in some cases representing long-established political parties, and in other cases as independents elected on a local ticket. But you're all here first and foremost to serve the people of Oldham, the Oldham Metropolitan Borough, 237,110 souls at the last count. That's a lot of people looking to you to do your best. So Ramadan Kareem to all Muslims, a blessed and holy Lent to all Christians, and to everyone in this chamber, please remember the bigger picture. We are all connected.
Thank you very much. May I welcome you all to the first of the two meetings of the Council this evening. To be clear, there are two separate meetings. The first meeting relates to the appointment of the Chief Executive, and the second is a budget meeting. The budget meeting will commence at 6 p.m. or at the rising of the first extraordinary meeting, whichever is the later. As the meetings today fall during the Ramadan, the budget meeting might be opened by a Deputy Mayor, who will immediately call a 30-minute break to allow members to break their fast and say prayers. May I take this opportunity to remind councillors and members of the public that meetings will be streamed live on the webcast from the Council's website. The Council has a commitment to conduct its full Council business in an environment that is welcoming, secure and safe for members, employees and visitors. It is important that meetings are conducted in a safe and fair manner. All persons present at meetings should be treated with courtesy and respect. This includes members of the public, elected members, employees and visitors. Behaviors, language or actions that impact public safety, cause disruption and adjournment to the course of business at meetings are not acceptable. Members of the public are asked, therefore, to note the public meeting protocol, which is also available on the Council's website, and elected members are reminded to note that elected members protocol and of the members' code of conduct, which provides details of the expected principles of behavior. The first meeting has been called to consider the appointment of the Council's Chief Executive and Head of Paid Services as set out on agenda and summons for this meeting. That was published last week. Therefore, no business other than specified in the agenda and summons to the meeting may be considered. Following a meeting of group leaders earlier this week, a revised and updated version of the report relating to the appointment of Chief Executive and the designation of the Section 151 Officer, Director of Finance has been published to the website. An electronic copy of this has been circulated to members. A paper copy of the report has been circulated around the chamber this evening. Item 1, apologies for absence. Have received apologies from Councillors Oldham, Arnott, Azad, Kafoor, Ibrahim, Kosar, and Sheldon. Any other apologies for absence? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sharp's going to come for the 6 o'clock full council, but not this meeting.
Thank you. Declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members in respect of matters to be determined by the council at this meeting? Can members declare any matters to the meeting? No, thank you. Item 3, appointment of Chief Executive and Head of Paid Services. Council is asked to consider the recommendation of the Appointments Committee's meeting on 25th February 2025 to appoint a permanent Chief Executive and Head of Paid Services. I therefore call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Sykes to second and Councillor Ban and Councillor Wahid to support the recommendation of the Appointment Committee. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appointing a Chief Executive is one of the most decisions that any council will ever make. The role is critical to the success of any council, and no more so for us here in Oldham this year, as because this year will be the year of delivery. We need somebody who will deliver. So I'm really pleased to say that once again, the Cross-Party Appointments Committee was unanimous in its recommendation to appoint Shelley Kipling as our permanent Chief Executive and Head of Paid Service. I'd like to formally thank the leaders of the Liberal Democrat Group, Oldham Group, Independent Group and Conservative Group for showing that we can come together and take the decisions that are in the best interest for our borough. I'm thrilled that we've appointed Shelley following a highly competitive selection process which attracted an impressive field of candidates from local government across the country. Anyone who has worked with Shelley, and many of us across this chamber have, will have no doubt of a passion for Oldham that has shone through this process as she demonstrated clearly that the care she has for our residents and for our communities. Shelley has spent most of her career working at Oldham Council. We should be really proud that we've grown our own Chief Executive internally. Over her time here at the Council, she has been responsible for communications, strategy and performance, HR and OD, customer services and IT. She played a pivotal role in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic and a more important role in our plans for recovery afterwards. Shelley has been instrumental in our work to build greater financial sustainability and to transform council services and has played a vital role in the strategic oversight of the organisation. With Shelley, we have the best of both worlds. Her experience here at Oldham, which gives her a unique perspective on what makes this great borough tick, but she's also worked in high-profile roles elsewhere, which means she can bring the best of other parts of the public sector here to Oldham. However, Oldham Council is truly the place that is her professional home, and that passion for and commitment to Oldham is something that is so important. Most Oldhamers have a deep and unshakable pride in Oldham, something which is shared by the person that I hope you will agree will be our next Chief Executive. Pride in Oldham is something that will be vital in the coming years as we drive forward our plans to regenerate and transform our borough, continue to improve our vital public services and work with our partners and residents to create a better Oldham. I can think of no one better than Shelley to work alongside me as we lead this crucial work to set a clear vision for the future of Oldham, deliver a new era of public service and restore that pride and hope to our wonderful borough. And Mr. Mayor, based on the feedback from group leaders early this week, I would like to confirm that there will be 2 votes on this report tonight. The first to confirm the appointment of Shelley Kipling as Chief Executive and Head of Paid Service, and the second to note the designation of the Interim Director of Finance as our statutory Section 151 officer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes.
Second, Mr. Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Ban. Councillor Wahid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to congratulate Shelley for
for the unanimous vote which he received from everybody. But tonight, as Councillor Shah explained, there's going to be two votes, one on the Chief Executive and one on the Section 151 Director of Finance. Tonight, the Oldham Group stand resolute in its decision to vote against the designation of the Section 151 role for the Interim Director of Finance. Let me be clear, this is not a reflection on the individual before us, but rather a principled stand against yet another damning indictment of this Labour administration's persistent financial mismanagement. In the next 6 months alone, the failure to appoint a permanent Director of Finance will cost the Oldham taxpayer a staggering £180,000. We all understand that interim appointments come at a premium, but the real question is, why are we here at all? The previous Finance Director tendered their resignation in November 2024. That afforded this administration ample opportunity, months to seek out an appointment and install a permanent replacement. Instead, they dithered, they delayed, and now they present us with a decision they expect us to rubber stamp, further burdening the public purse with their lack of foresight and leadership. And let's talk numbers, £1,500 a day, every single day. That is the cost of Labour's failure to plan. How can this administration in good conscience justify such reckless spending with while the people of Oldham battle the worst cost of living crisis in a generation? No doubt we will hear excuses. Excuses do not absolve the administration of its duty to govern with competence, prudence and integrity. That is why tonight Oldham Group will refuse to be complicit in this mismanagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any member wishes to speak? You will have a right to reply in a minute. Okay. Councillor Shah, do you want to use your right of reply?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that we wouldn't be doing the theatrics tonight when we're discussing really important organisational structures. But just again, if I could point out, and I don't know, again, why the Oldham Group gets so offended when I talk about the inexperience of local government and how it actually functions. What we actually have in front of us is an interim position, and as anybody will know, that when you are going out to recruit, the chief executive should be able to recruit who they see fit and decide what they want to do with their structure. We needed an interim finance director because it is a significant role. I don't know why people expect people to do things here on the cheap all the time. The payment is in line with all the other roles across the country. It's not higher, it's not lower, it's in line with the pay scales, which are set by national pay scales for local government employees, not by me, not by anybody else in the council. That's how local government works. Most importantly, we were in a position where we had an interim chief executive. Now, it is not for the interim chief executive to decide what a structure should be. We did never take for granted that we weren't going to run an open and transparent process for the role of chief executive. That role was unanimously appointed by the cross-party appointments committee, and it is now that we will now start recruiting permanent structures. But that is for a job for the chief executive, just as you would do politically if you were going to have your own cabinet in your political groups. I wouldn't expect any one of my deputies to be making appointments to the cabinet whilst I'm present. So that is the role of the chief executive, and that is something that we will be doing. And that is something actually that was clarified to the leader of the Oldham Group at the meeting a couple of days ago at the group leaders meeting. But again, no council meeting in Oldham is allowed to be normal anymore. We can't do mature politics. We can't even make mature organisational discussions without people misleading. And we are, unfortunately, in an era where facts don't matter and fiction and conspiracy theories are a lot more appealing to people. So I will make a plea when we do this again to say, Mr. Mayor, that we have to start showing, and they can say it's not personal, but it is personal, because that officer who is sat in the gallery today as a designated 151 officer has already been appointed. So there's not a question of whether we're appointing them or not, but we continue to create this environment where we target and attack council officers as if it's a joke, and it's just not. It's disgusting, it's vile, and no elected representative, regardless of which party they belong to or the party they make up to exist, should be doing that to our officers. It's poor practice, it's bad manners, it's really poor etiquette, and it's disgraceful, and it puts Oldham in a bad light. And I will really make this plea to leaders of the group, of all opposition, that we have to start instilling basic manners, basic principles in every single member of our group to treat each other with respect, and most importantly, treat our officers with respect that have a really important job to do. The Section 151 officer role is not a joke. It carries with it great statutory responsibilities and great responsibilities to keep the organisation together, to provide support for the chief exec. You cannot go and be without that position at all. So I wish they would take some time to learn, and this was explained to the leader of the Oldham group, let me add, in great detail, Mr. Mayor, because you know that, because that conversation itself took about 40 minutes of a meeting, just to explain the different options, the scenarios, why it happened. The only thing I will hold my hands up to was that on the back of the appointments committee, I should have then used that time to actually explain to the leaders in that appointments committee that this would have been coming to. But it's a technical error. It's a human error. It shouldn't be perceived as something that is conspiracy or something that is there to mislead the public. And I don't need lessons from the Oldham group about how we do our finances and how we have to, the kind of responsibility we take on them. Because when you hear through the Budget Council meeting their proposals, you'll know exactly how much they understand local government finances to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Does Council agree the recommendation of the appointment committee as set out in the report? Maybe a named vote. There is. Okay. All those in favour?
I've lost track of where you're up to because of the argument that's been going on over there. So can you just repeat what you were saying before?
So I'm saying, does Council agree the recommendation of
Mr.
the
Mayor, can I
appointment?
request a recorded vote on this matter, please?
So you didn't last the count. You just wanted me to come back to the recorded vote.
Well, you have done now, but yes,
Right. So have you got? Is it 8 people you need?
5.
5? Do you have 5 people now? All right, okay. I'm looking on that side. Okay, so recorded vote. Those in favour?
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
Resolutely for.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hince. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussein Aftab. Councillor Hussein Feeder. Councillor Hussein Junaid. Councillor Hussein Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores. Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustich. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Woodvine.
For.
Mr. Mayor.
So it's carried the appointment of Chief Executive 44 for and 5 against. May I say many congratulations on your appointment. Now we're going to vote on the second option, which was Section 151, Officer, Director of Finance, designation of the role of 151 officer. Sorry, my script doesn't say here because we
It's
got it.
fine, I'm just going to move.
Seconded.
Okay.
Request a recorded vote, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I just clarify something? When should this vote go the positive way for 151 officer, when will the recruitment start? Tomorrow?
I think we will, sorry, Constable, I think we will have to come back to that. I don't think it's related to taking the vote because at the moment we're just talking about designated, agreeing designation of the role.
Okay.
So I don't want to prolong this conversation because I don't think anyone would be able to set the recruitment timetable now sitting here. But perhaps, sorry?
It's not constitutional. You're not allowed to discuss appointments committee in the chamber like this.
Okay. Well, decision for appointment committee. So did you want a recorded vote? Sorry. Have we got supporters? Yeah. Okay.
Mr Mayor, I'm moving it. It's Councillor Sykes who seconds the delegation of Section 151.
I think your deputy was too quick to second it, so apologies. Sorry, Councillor Sykes. Okay.
So yes, I'll speak this time, if that's all right, in seconding it.
Yeah.
Because I think people are getting, not only have they gone down a black hole or down a cul-de-sac, they've gone somewhere, I'm not quite sure where it is. The law says you need to have an appointed 151 officer. We have somebody we've recruited to this post, but what we have to do, because the Constitution and the law says it, is formally agree it here at Council. And that's what you're being asked to do tonight. And if you don't, you're asking for this place to act unlawfully. That's not something I'm going to put my name or my group's name for, and we are going to vote for this, which is the sensible thing to do.
I think the most simplest logical explanation I heard. Okay, so going for recorded vote. Sorry. Councillor Woodbine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to point out, and I'd welcome the council leader's lecture at the start, but that it wasn't a very logical explanation. Technically, the Section 151 officer's responsibilities can be merged with the Chief Executive Officer, so Shelley Kipling could discharge the duties of the Section 151 officer. I proposed that 2 years ago in the Conservative budget. It's not one or the other. We don't have to do this. There seems to be some expectation that we do it. Shelley Kipling could discharge these duties.
Councillor Woodbine.
So I'm going to vote against it, but I just want to point that out. It's not one. It's not one.
Thank you for pointing out. I suppose what we're not doing is discussing the other options. I think the report is asking just to vote for, against, and I do need to carry on the meeting. So I'm going to move to the voting. All those in favour. Sorry, it's been asked for recorded vote. Sorry, Ken.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al Hamdani.
4.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop.
4.
Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hince. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Fida. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustage. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Woodvine. Mr Mayor.
Vote is carried, 38 for, 9 against, and 3 abstentions. That concludes the business for the extraordinary meeting of the council. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Budget Full Council meeting. As this meeting is being held during Ramadan, I propose that the Council procedure rules are suspended to allow for an immediate adjournment of approximately 30 minutes for prayers and to give members an opportunity to have refreshments. Does Council agree this? Agree. Thank you. We will now adjourn the meeting.
Welcome back, colleagues. Before I start the meeting, can I just say thank you to Councillor Shah for feeding all of us from her, what I understand from her personal pocket, not from council pocket, so thank you. Item 1, apologies for absence. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Adams, Arnott, Azad, Kafoor, Ibrahim, Kausar, and Sheldon. Any other apologies? Councillor Sharp is here, so okay, thank you. Declaration of interest. Is there any interest members need to declare? A form will be circulated around the chamber. Item 3, communications. I have not received any communications. Item 4, budget. Can I remind members that regulations have been implemented requiring recorded votes on specific decisions at the budget meeting. I will inform you when a recorded vote is required. I thought it was done before. Okay. I can't do my job properly, guys. I have to go back on a page. Thank you to the Council for agreeing to the adjournment. Does Council agree the suspension of the Council Procedure Rule 14 to enable Councillor Jabbar to exceed the time limit for his contribution in moving the administration budget to 15 minutes, 30 seconds? If required, I haven't finished yet. Don't rush. If required, and the seconder, Councillor Shah, 7 minutes. The mover of the main opposition group is in moving the opposition budget a time limit of 7 minutes, 30 seconds, if required, and the seconder 6 minutes. And the mover of the Oldham group and the Conservative group's amendment 6 minutes each, with the right of reply of 6 minutes. All other speakers will be limited to 4 minutes. You can agree now or disagree. Thank you. I call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Sykes to second the course of action. Is there any dissent? Members will indicate agreement. Are you all in agreement? Sorry. May I also remind the members of the public that the budget meeting is a one-item agenda specifically agreed to budget 25-26. We've done apologies, declaration of interest, communication. Item 4, can I remind members the regulations have been implemented requiring recorded votes on specific decisions at the budget meeting. I will inform you when a recorded vote is required. Does Council note the minutes of the Cabinet meeting held on 17 February 2025 as circulated in meetings pack, agenda pack? Is there any dissent? Take silence as no. Item 4, I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Taylor to second the housing revenue account estimates for 25-26 to 29-30 and the projected return for 24-25. Councillor Jabbar.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Does Council agree the recommendations as circulated? Okay. Item 4, I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second the revenue budget, capital program and treasury management strategy statement 25-26. Number 1, revenue budget 25-26 and 26-27 and medium-term financial strategy 25-26 and 29-30. Number 2, capital strategy and capital program 25-26 to 29-30 and minimum revenue, reserve revenue, position, MRP policy statement. Number 3, treasury management strategy statement 25-26, including the annual investment strategy, borrowing strategy, and prudent indicators. Members of the Council are asked to note that recommendations are listed on page 34 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jabbar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I rise this evening to ask you to agree a balanced budget that we have been able to bring to you this evening after receiving quite a lot of extra resources from central government. Also to say that the capital spend that we have is delivering real positive changes to the town and for the people of Oldham. Before I do that, Mr. Mayor, it is really important that I pay my tribute to the people who helped us to bring this budget together. Firstly, our outgoing Chief Executive, Mr. Harry Cattrall, the interim Chief Executive, who is now the permanent Chief Executive, Shelley Kipling. Congratulations, Shelley, on your new appointment. Look forward to working with you. all the directors and assistant directors who helped, and of course, Chair, the leader of the council who actually helped us to focus on the saving that we had to make of £14 million throughout the whole of the year. Without her help and leadership, we couldn't have done that. I cannot forget to thank my finance team, Neil and, Lee, Vicky, Chris, others who are there, I can't see from here. Without their help, it wouldn't have been possible. But can I also, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, welcome our interim Director of Finance, Fiona Greenway, who's got a lot of experience in local government sector, many decades. And on behalf of Oldham Council, Fiona, I'd like to welcome you to Oldham, and I hope your stay will be a pleasant one, and I hope you'll give us the leadership that we need. In terms of the budget, Mr. Mayor, as has been the case for the last 14 years, this has been another very difficult and challenging budget. 14 years of austerity has been used as an excuse to cut funding from local government. This had a significant impact on everyone across the country, but it has been so much worse for poorer and more deprived areas like Oldham. We've been told that this has been done to protect the economy, that we were all in it together. What we know now, that simply wasn't true. When the Tories took office in 2010, the national debt was £29,000 per person. So what happened over the last 14 years? Did austerity work out for the people of this country? Absolutely not. The public sector debt actually increased to nearly £40,000 per person. A man, woman, a child, everyone has got a debt around their neck of £40,000. And yet, Mr. Mayor, the people of Oldham felt the consequences of the austerity measures. And we were cut and cut again and cut again, because we were told that the national government was actually wanting to balance the books, and we had to pay the price for that. Over the last 12 years, Oldham funding per resident has increased by £150. That's £12.50 per year. If funding had merely kept up with the inflation, then the figure would have been £550. This, combined with continued increase in demand and cost, means that since the coalition government came in power 2010, the Tories and the Liberal together cut £250 million from our budget. £250 million. This is an astonishing figure, and it's really hard to quantify, but let me try. With £250, you could employ more than 6,000 social workers, over 7,000 staff as a teaching staff, and you could have built 15 new schools. That's the reality of austerity. That's the reality of the cuts that we have faced in this chamber. And it gives you a sense of the mountain that we now have to climb to fix our services. The new national government has inherited a broken council tax system. Since the coalition government took office in 2010, local authorities have been hit with significant reduction in income, whilst at the same time we're expected to deliver an ever-increasing range of services to more and more residents. Councils such as Oldham, with low council tax base and higher level of deprivation, have fared worst of all. We have been lobbying for a long time to ensure that authorities such as ours receive a fair share of local government funding. I am pleased to be able to say that this year the government has taken some steps to address this situation, and with additional resources being made available to Oldham for next year. I also welcome the commitment made by this government to announce a 3-year settlement next year and an anticipated implementation of a fair funded formula which will result in a far more equitable allocation of resources across local government sector. Now, turning to next year's budget, as I've said, it's been very, very difficult, but it's set with the context of an overspend for this current year, 24-25. Whilst we have made great stride to taking action to reduce the forecast deficit, we still predict that there will be a deficit of £14 million this year. Now, Mr. Mayor, fortunately, we have reserves to manage this, but pressure will continue into next year and beyond. For the reason I have just outlined, the financial situation is not as bleak as we forecast earlier this year. In the latest financial settlement, the government has provided over £18 million of additional resources than last year. This includes £8 million in respect of new recovery grant, additional money for looked after children, and money to help with waste collection. This financial year, the government has also continued to provide grants that has enabled the council to support our most vulnerable residents, for example, the Household Support Fund. The government has not yet confirmed whether these grants will continue to provide beyond September, but I am confident that these resources will be continued to be provided in one form or another. Despite this, the continuing pressure on council's demand-led services mean the council must make further difficult decisions to set an affordable budget. This means we're presenting a further £8.7 million of cuts to our 25-26 budget. The proposal does include a redundancy of 120 people from our staffing account, but the vast majority of these are vacant, and I'm very confident that there won't be any compulsory redundancy at all. We will manage any possible compulsory redundancy through deployment. We have no option, Mr. Mayor, but to increase the council tax by 4.99%. So this is in two elements. The first element is 2.99 for general purposes and 2.4 adult social care precept. The government expects us to do that. In the core spending power, they have given us an increase of 9.6%, and this includes the council tax increase. It's very important to be aware that I would prefer not to recommend this level of council tax increase. We'll be continuing to lobby the government for a fairer method of funding council services. Our budget reports also propose to increase fees and charges around 4%. It's much lower than previous, 4.5%, sorry. It's much lower than previous years, and in some cases will not increase the charges at all, for example, school meals. Last year, we used £10 million of reserves to balance the budget for 25-26. You may recall that when setting the budget, I stressed that reserves will not last forever, and therefore the council needed to change and transform the way it was delivering services. We have made progress in this respect, which means that this year we are proposing to put £1 million back into reserves and not using any reserves at all for the balanced budget for next financial year. To conclude, in respect of the revenue budget, once again, our budget process has been extremely difficult, but for the first time in a number of years, we are not using any reserves to balance the budget. Despite all the challenges that this council has faced, I am able to present in the report that delivers a robust budget for 25-26. And it sets up a future which is a bit more positive and hopeful. I am also pleased to report that the 23-24 Statement of Accounts were approved at the Audit Committee on 26th of February 2025 with an unqualified opinion. The Council is one of the few councils in the whole of the country to have completed their accounts for last financial years. And it's pleasing to note that the external auditors has given us a very positive value for money. So, Councillor Wahid, when you talk about mismanagement, please read our auditor's report and see what the external auditors is saying. The investor the investment this administration has made and will continue to make in Oldham shows that our ambition remains as high as ever. Our capital programme transformation will continue to improve the quality of life for people of Oldham. Our capital programme includes projects funded nearly 100 million obtained from external grants and capital receipts. Again, this is a big number, but it's a number that means that we are going to see real change that Oldhamers want to see and welcome. We are making great progress to bring historical building back into life. The Egyptian Room Open has been a roaring success. The old library restoration is almost complete and will reopen as Oldham Civic new home and also new homes for Oldham Theatre Workshop. We finally got the permission to buy the Prudential buildings and we're working on plans to bring it back into use. Royton Town Hall has been restored to the Victorian grandeur, whilst also becoming a loved and much-used community resource. And we are making progress with redevelopment of our town centre. After purchasing Spindles, we refurbished it and will be moving the indoor market there, as well as the new event space and archive facility. And the council offices have moved to Spindles. That's not just about having a nice place for our dedicated officers to work. It also creates a ready-made customer base for Spindles, which why they have been a footfall rise. And of course, our proposal on moving forward at pace with our development partner Muse to deliver 2,000 new homes. This will be secured through private investment and government grants and not council borrowing. It's not just the town centre where we are making progress with new buildings. We're also bringing forward fantastic plan in terms of housing development, creating new homes for Oldham people. Our projects are underway at Broadway Green, South Cheriton, Durka, and they'll also be bringing plans forward as soon at Caskenmore and South Link. In all this, we will deliver 1,000 new homes, of which 400 will be affordable. Mr. Mayor, this council is making fantastic progress in delivering green objectives. Spindles Shopping Centre and offices are now award-winning zero-carbon buildings. We have delivered carbon-neutral depot at Alexandra Park, which will soon be available for community as well as business use. We will start soon work on solar farms at Wrigley Head. We have secured £13 million of funding to develop a low-carbon district heating centre for the town centre, and we hope that it has the potential to be extended to deliver clean energy supply to all of our residents across the whole of the borough. We're working with Northern Roost to deliver a visitor centre and a learning centre with grants that we have received from government, which will transform the area and hopefully give much needed life to that part of the town. So no one can say that our proposal lacks ambition for Oldham. Our plans have been developed despite the financial challenges I referred earlier. Furthermore, most of the financing has come from externally, meaning that our overall debt level will remain at prudent level and well below the levels of similar local authorities within the region. Finally, Mr. Mayor, the medium-term financial strategy, which has been prepared for next 5 years. But to be honest, this is only for illustrative purposes.
15 seconds.
Only for illustrative purposes, because when the spending review is confirmed, this will change very significantly. So I'd like to end by saying, Mr. Mayor, that this budget brings hopes to the people of Oldham, we will bring new homes, new opportunity, new jobs, cleaner environment, and above all, a positive direction to take this town forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jabbar, with all respect to you, you are a very skilled senior politician and obviously finance leader subject to post-mortem shortly by opposition. I think you missed quite a few people. You spent 20 seconds or half a minute praising your leader, followed by Chief Exec, but you forgot to mention me. But never mind. But most importantly, I think Darren, Emma, Mike, and 2,000 other staff members of Council who obviously contribute to play. No, that's on a serious note. So I just wanted to mention to thank you to them, obviously, who helped you to not design budget, but deliver actually those efficiencies and everything, and working under difficult circumstances. Sorry, I'm not seconding your budget, Councillor Shahia. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I was going to say, if you had waited a few seconds, you'd have seen that the thank you and the acknowledgement to the organisation and the staff would have also come from me. But I do want to start off because I think the one person Councillor Jabbar did not thank was himself. He delivers a budget year on year on year, takes his role very, very seriously, is very diligent in doing that. And of course, like to all his colleagues who make sure that he is in the position to deliver a balanced budget in really, really difficult circumstances, not only needs to be acknowledged, but also needs to be commended. So thank you so much to Councillor Jabbar for everything that he's done. I'd also like to thank all of our organisational staff, wherever they may be in this organisation. It's not been easy on them for a very long time. We still have more difficult decisions to make, but I do believe there's finally light at the end of the tunnel, so I'm really, really grateful for them working in some really, really pressured and challenged circumstances. So I'm going to start by just literally acknowledging that although Councillor Jabbar has been shaping this budget in the last 12 months, it's not been easy and it's not been a quick process. This is a budget that protects key public services our residents want and expect us to deliver, whilst balancing the books in a sustainable way, but also safeguarding that our borough's most vulnerable residents need. This budget is about having pride in Oldham. It's about making our ambitious plans to build a better Oldham a reality. And it's about matching that ambition with aspiration too. And it's time for Oldham to finally get up off its knees. Every single person in this chamber should be ambitious for this place. We want to see our plans for improvement delivered so that our residents can benefit. That means better jobs and opportunities, with more people spending time and money in Oldham, making Oldham a more attractive place for businesses to come and set up. Improving a place's local economy is no easy task, but I am convinced that this budget puts us on the right path to do this. And let's be honest, local government finance isn't easy. It's not for the public to understand. It's very complicated, and on many occasions it's also really dull. But it's really, really important to get it right. When we started this budgeting process, there were lots of unknowns. Obviously, it was during a pre-general election. So I was really delighted when we received the provisional settlement back in December, where we were given an increase of £19 million. And that only happened post-election. This included the maximum amount we could have got through the government's new recovery grant. This is a huge step in the right direction as we move to proper multi-year settlements as promised by this Labour government. It also means that here in Oldham, we can start on the road to recovery following 14 years of underinvestment and brutal cuts across our communities. And I don't need to tell our residents that it's been hard since 2010 because they have felt that pain every day too. And it's even harder for Oldham because we have more people who need more support, and it's our core responsibility to make sure that regardless of the difficult financial circumstances we found ourselves in, that we continue to deliver for the most vulnerable in our communities. And let's be really clear, the money we got from the previous government simply didn't provide for the level of demand that Oldham has needed from council services. Throughout this budget setting process, our priority has been to balance the books while protecting frontline services that residents rely on, as well as the universal services that residents expect the council to provide. We've done everything we can to minimise the impact on residents from the saving proposals put forward. Once this budget is agreed, there will be even more work to change the way services work. We will continue to try to be more effective, more impactful, and to continue to provide value for money to our residents. This budget represents serious grown-up politics. After an incredible amount of effort from Cabinet colleagues and officers at every level of this council, combined with increased resources from central government, we are in a position where we expect to be able to replenish our reserves to the tune of £4 million this year. I make you this promise as your council leader. As always, every penny this council spends will help make the lives of Oldham's residents better. That means we will protect and improve the vital service residents need us to provide, including the support given to nearly 650 families in temporary accommodation. We will build more affordable and social homes for Oldhamers. We will support families with activities during school holidays. We will improve our roads, parks and public spaces. We will invest real money to create real jobs and opportunities so that Oldham's economy can grow and our businesses can thrive. We'll also see many of the big projects we've been talking about over the last few years to make Oldham better and become a reality. Joining success stories like the opening of the Egyptian rooms in the Old Town Hall and the restoration of Royton Town Hall and Library into a beautiful community space. That includes £10 million to refurbish our beloved Coliseum, and we will create a cultural cooperative around the Fairbottom Street Theatre on Yorkshire Street. Savings still have to be made though, Mr Mayor, but they will be delivered whilst protecting services and projects that help Oldham grow and instil pride in our borough once again. We need to make sure we maximise every pound spent, and that means pushing forward with our corporate plan and delivering our ambitious transformation plans and ensuring residents are at the heart of everything that we do. We have made incredible strides in the last few years. Our children's services has made the quickest turnaround in the country after they received a good rating from Ofsted last year. We have more good and outstanding schools than ever, with over 90% of our primary schools and 70% of our secondary schools highly rated by Ofsted. And this week, the government announced that Oldham will receive an extra £20 million of investment. That means that every part of the borough will reap the rewards from the cash boost, just as every part of our society, from businesses to culture, education, housing and sport, they will all get a growth injection. I'm really proud, Mr Mayor, that we have been shortlisted for the Local Government Chronicle's Most Improved Council Award. This is a clear recognition of the journey we're on to be a council that is focused on our residents, that's ambitious for our borough and works hard to deliver real change. But this is just the very beginning. I know we don't get everything right, but we do everything we can to put our residents first. We will keep pushing for more. We will continue to strive for better. We will make Oldham a place where people are proud to live, work and visit with pride. And despite those people who consistently talk down our amazing place, we recognise and acknowledge that Oldham's time is now. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment on this. Can I call on Councillor Hamdani to move and Councillor Sykes to second the amendment to the budget as circulated and detailed in the council summons? Sorry, I better put my glasses on. Councillor Hamdani will speak first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I rise to propose the Liberal Democrat amendment to the budget. Prior to this meeting, I was downstairs in the housing office spending an hour with somebody who, as of tomorrow, will be homeless. And there's 1,792 homeless cases open with Oldham Council as of about 10 to 5 this evening. That's cases, that's not people. There's more people than that. And she's not going to get somewhere to live. She's not going to get temporary accommodation. She's going to move into a one-bedroom house apartment with her sister and an 8-year-old child who's going to have to commute from out of the borough to their school. They don't drive, so they'll be on buses for hours every day, and it's something that just doesn't work. And we can all say the same thing about someone, more than one person that they've been working with. You know, I can go through a list of cases, and our budget amendment is, I'm going to go through the capital part where we propose £3 million to go towards building temporary accommodation. If somebody at the moment goes into a hotel out of borough, we don't control that. So we don't control who else is in the hotel. We can't tell them where they're going to end up. So that this woman that I was talking to earlier, if she'd have ended up having to take that temporary accommodation, she could have ended up anywhere. She could have been far side of Manchester, and suddenly an 8-year-old child who's going to school in my ward with her friends there, that's all ripped away. She doesn't have the network, she doesn't have the support. She doesn't have the friends. She doesn't have her grandmother to pick her up when her mum's currently, you know, in the housing office. All of that falls away. And there's so many people in this position, and it's getting worse. And I know that you have the best of intentions in dealing with this, but it's going in the wrong direction. You know, the figures are 625 households in Oldham using temporary accommodation between April and June 2024. And 329 of those households have children. 690 children in temporary accommodation in that period. And over a fifth of those households with children in that temporary accommodation for between 2 and 5 years. And you know this because you've said these things as well. This is not me saying these things. I've got these figures from what the administration has said. So there is an extent to which we're on the same page. We know what the problem is, and we know that it's getting worse. And the way that the budget has gone over the last three years, I would say, I mean, over longer than that, but specifically with the overspending, without dealing with that homelessness problem, it is getting worse. The waiting list, so I'm going to quote Councillor Shah from January from last year. Oldham is in a housing crisis. There are 7,500 families on Oldham's social housing register, but to quote Councillor Elaine Taylor from this year, it's 8,000. It's going in the wrong direction. And I'm not saying that this £3 million, I listened to your comments in the Cabinet discussion, Councillor Jabbar, where you said we need a fully costed plan. Yeah, we do need a fully costed plan. We need the money as well. Proposing this money puts us heading in the right direction. And I don't think you disagree with it. You might not agree with everything that we want to do, but we should be doing this, and we should be doing things like this. Now, if you say no to this, then I don't think you are giving hope to the people of Oldham. And I want to give hope to the people of Oldham. And I think too often, as politicians, we end up, because we have to cope with the terrible position we are in, you end up putting forward a proposal that is something you don't like. And I don't, you know, you said yourself, this is not the budget that I want to put forward. Well, we can do more. And there are times when, as politicians, we should stand up for people and say, is there an extra opportunity to give them some more of that hope? And putting £3 million into temporary accommodation is part of that. And what it also does is, look at the overspending. 3 years when the overspending has got worse and worse and worse. And homelessness is one of the key drivers of that. And temporary accommodation elsewhere is one of the biggest parts of that. And committing this money, on top of what you're already proposing as outline plans, I mean, you've criticised ours for not being fully planned, but yet you've got in your own budget a proposal to work up a proposal and money in for doing that. So you're allowed to propose money without having all the details, but somehow it's wrong if we do it. We should be doing this. We should be doing more. We should be looking at people like the person I was with 2 hours ago, and she's got a home for less than 22 hours right now. And I want to give her hope. And I know this isn't perfect, but I think this is something that should give her hope and show that people care. And that's why I proposed it, and that's why I will defend it with every inch of everything I believe in. I think that's how we should approach everything we do, and I think a lot of the time we do, but it gets lost. So I wish you would vote for this budget amendment. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamdani. Councillor Sykes?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Proud to second this amendment, which reflects our commitment to getting the basics right, something this council fails to do time after time. This council spent more than £50 million on agency staff over the last 3 years, which is not a cost-effective way to deliver effective services and fails to give permanent employment opportunities to residents. Our budget amendment is carefully costed and a deliverable plan that addresses the priorities of the people we serve. It will take us a small step towards restoring those basics. We are confident we could have done much more if we would have had more than a week with the budget details to work on our own proposals. The amendment focuses in 5 areas: homelessness, which my colleague Councillor Downey has talked about, has covered, which not only increases provision but also saves us money in the long term. I will focus on the other limited savings and priorities, including youth, crime, highways and green spaces. Extra support for youth services has been a staple of Liberal Democrat budget amendments. They provide young people with support, guidance and opportunities they need to thrive. The amendment proposes an additional £75,000 for district youth services. This is an investment in our future. We know when we give our young people safe space, a chance to learn and meet new people, they will become the leaders of tomorrow. Next is crime reduction. Our communities deserve to feel safe in their homes, on the streets, in their local parks and open spaces. The budget amendment includes £125,000 for crime reduction across Oldham Borough. This could include alley gates, CCTV and other targeting measures to be determined by local councillors who know their communities best. Tackling crime and antisocial behaviour is key in all our districts. Next is highways. We all know Oldham's roads are a disgrace, at best an embarrassment and at worst just downright dangerous. Every day these neglected roads, pavements and footpaths undermine the public's confidence in this council. The amendment proposes a small sum, £150,000, but it's a start for highway repairs and safety improvements. This is what people want, not a crackpot scheme costing £3 to £5 million to destroy the Sean Crompton Big Lamp roundabout that's not wanted by anyone. Now, what could we do with that cash to make a real impact on our highways by doing a list of things our residents would welcome? And finally, for me, one of the most important things I want to talk about is green spaces. This amendment is honest. This amendment is honest, and I appreciate that we're being forced to put up council tax by the government. We also acknowledge that several of our past suggestions have now, some years later, been taken on board by the administration. After the usual ridicule, I predict this will happen again after this year. Our proposals on marketing and communications and the council newspaper have hopefully been taken on board in part. We wait to see. But we're different from Labour because we're also honest that this council could be doing much more. It's about pragmatically reducing wasteful spending and reallocating resources to where they're most needed. This amendment includes a reduction in the mileage budget, reflecting the changing nature of work patterns in Oldham Council today, where more people work from home and fewer long-distance travel expenses are required. We've been promised this will be looked at for at least 4, if not 5 years, but it never is. And when every penny counts, things like this need to be dealt with. We have a number of staff who never claim any mileage. They should be encouraged to claim it if they're working on behalf of the council. Or maybe they shouldn't have a car allowance, which in some cases has been used by managers to bump up certain staff's pay. We would reduce trade union contributions, reflecting the steady decline in trade union membership. We also now employ less people, even if membership had not fallen. We're not anti-union, far from it, but with less members, less staff, we still pay them the same amount. That can't be right. We're also making a reasonable reduction in general training budget, given the fact that a number of positions remain vacant and fewer staff members requiring training at this time. These are not cuts for the sake of it, they're smart, targeted reductions, where Liberal Democrats have identified funding that could be better directed to the areas that matter most. We've only had a week, and with more time, we're confident we could have found more. In these challenging financial times, this budget amendment is about getting the basics right, listening to residents and delivering on citizens' priorities. The amendment shows our vision and values for a better, safer, greener and fairer Oldham Borough. I'd ask you to support the budget amendment. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I have a variety of members indicated they wish to speak. I'm keen to get the views from different groups. So I'm not taking people in order they indicated. I'm not necessarily taking everyone. So I want to hear the different views and different voices. So if you're not being called, that's not that I don't know you asked for it. I just want to make sure there's a balanced opinion. So we'll start with Councillor Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In recent months, our Conservative group have found common ground with Liberal Democrat councillors on major issues too, such as Greenbelt protection. I work productively with their Saddleworth contingent on matters of the civil parish, and indeed we share many of the same criticisms of this Labour-led administration. Therefore, this evening I do not present disagreement for simple sake of it. Our budgetary approach is a clear dividing line though. Where they are content with council tax increases, we very much are not. Of course, I expect that they will dispute my description of contentedness. They refer to reluctant acceptance of the administration council tax rise in their report. The truth is, however, that all I have known of Liberal Democrats in this chamber is complete compliance to the high tax and spend socialist strategy. On the contrary, Conservatives have consistently produced costed proposals to keep council tax at the lowest rate possible, with a kinder approach to hard-working men and women across the metropolitan borough, a convention which my group colleagues, Councillors Quigg and Woodvine, will soon uphold again. I ask Liberal Democrat councillors, do you not accept the urgency with which we need to arrest decline? Do you not believe that we should be making Oldham a more attractive place to live and work, where our brightest and best want to stay? We know that council tax increases are incredibly unpopular. We hear it on doorsteps and public places in each and every district. Liberal Democrats of the past may have prided themselves on their radicalism in offering a distinctly different prospectus to the socialist status quo. This budget amendment, however, amounts to barely more than tinkering around the edges. I am not necessarily opposed to their alternative spend and save suggestions, but when taken in their totality, additional Liberal Democrat budget reductions do not even reach 1 million over the next 2 financial years. To contrast, this Conservative group has found more than 13 times that total, genuine public service reform to ensure local government efficiency. We share opposition status, but I say to Liberal Democrat councillors, residents rightly expect those of us outside of the administration to be robust in rallying against council tax rises. They do not want Labour light. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll call on Councillor Hinds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Although I agree with a lot of the sentiments which have been put forward by the Liberal Democrats, I just wanted to pick one point out to correct Councillor Sykes when he referenced the big lamp roundabout. In Shaw, we're all agreed this is a preposterous scheme, vastly inflated price and not needed where it needs to be. However, this isn't being funded directly by Oldham Council, this is being funded by the Greater Manchester Authority, so I just thought it was a bit misleading, Howard Sykes bringing that into the argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call on Councillor Hartness.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I raised obviously to support the Liberal Democrat amendment. I was at the scrutiny committee where I raised the fact that the amendments to the budgets could in the past be worked up over a longer period of time. I understand the policy introduced by the previous chief executive, I understand, means that for the last couple of years opposition groups have had just 7 days to put in amendments. That is, no discussions, support or information from officers is allowed beforehand. I was also taken back actually at the scrutiny committee by the aggressive tone towards opposition amendments, and some of the comments were just unreasonable. Both of these are something that never used to happen. And like I said at the scrutiny committee, I hope that both of these are looked at by the administration going forward to a more open environment of sharing of information and allowing the time and space to put forward constructive suggestions to the administration budget, something the Liberal Democrats have always tried to do. Despite the extreme criticisms from the administration at the time, The report highlights a number of Liberal Democrat suggestions that have been taken up, such as around training budgets, Shaw Health Centre, and increased council tax on empty properties. This year's amendment looks to identify some investment proposals, a key one which is around addressing temporary accommodation issues. We would like to also invest in our youth services to provide enhanced delivery and resources for youth services across the districts and not just in the centre. We need to support good mental health and promote our environment, so we have brought forward proposals to ensure that our green spaces and recreational spaces are enhanced. We have provided some options for future consideration, and we hope that more time and support is given to opposition groups going forward. We know that many of our suggestions are taken up in the future years, so it creates a better budget setting process overall. So please support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to sort of remind the Liberal Democrats that it was them and their sort of agreement with the Conservatives that led us on this nasty journey of austerity that made us that had us inflict severe decisions on our residents that we didn't want to do. And I wish I also had the privilege of the Liberal Democrats, where you can cherry pick which part of the budget you're going to choose, highlight it in an amendment, and then bring the case of why we're not doing anything. And you'd think that your budget actually says £3 million to tackle homelessness. We spend far more than that, Mr. Mayor, on making sure that we reduce homelessness. Our temporary accommodation mitigations, for the first time ever, have seen temporary accommodation figures reducing. And actually what the new investment from the new government has allowed us to do is make sure that we have a structure that's being developed to support the preventative agenda. And then the other thing that I want to highlight is we all keep hearing this about we've only had a week, we've only had 7 days. Well, I have to say that all the finance information is transparent on the website, available from officers. It goes to scrutiny. You know year on year what the spend was. We had no new information. We just take our role seriously, which meant that we spent 12 months focusing on this. There's nothing to stop any group of the opposition to do entirely the same. We heard the announcements of the investment and the funding at the same time they did. So there's nothing to stop them from doing the same. If they choose to do it in the 7 days before scrutiny and providing a budget, then that's up to them. And I don't think there's any officer of the council who tells them that they can't provide them the information or provide them the support. That's also very misleading. And as far as the Shaw roundabout lamp concerns, actually, I've already had notification from the Shaw Town Parish Council about their reservations and their frustrations with that proposal, raising concerns through their membership about the issues there. And like I've said to them, and I would do the same with Councillor Sykes, if he was to raise that in an appropriate way, like you can do outside of this chamber, not just for the theatrics, I have given them my commitment that I will be looking at that proposal. If there is serious consensus in the way that the Shaw Parish Council has said that residents do not agree with that, then we will look at that, review it, and we won't do anything regardless of where that pot of funding is coming from, which concerns residents in Shaw. And I've given that commitment to them, and I'll give it to Councillor Sykes too, that I'm happy to review that and look at that. But when we're talking about budget, we do need to be serious and we do need to be mature. This isn't a joke. It's not a mockery. It's not something to gain votes for. We have to increase council tax because that's how the government regressive tax system works. The new government has said they're going to review that, which we welcome. We don't impose that willingly on residents, but actually that money, again, is to protect vulnerable and statutory services. There is no other organisation or local authority that can operate as a business. But when we hear some of these amendments, and the ones that we will continue to hear because we've always had notice from them, you will see that they talk about council finances like a business, but the council isn't a business. There is no business in the world that has statutory obligations the way a local authority does. We take that commitment seriously. We will continue to support the vulnerable in our society. We will continue to match the different choices, difficult choices we have to make with ambition and aspiration, because that's what the people from Oldham deserve. And what I would like is to discuss a budget in real terms and people actually give it the time it deserves. And I am really, really happy and really welcome working with people to hear alternative views and ideas, but I just wish we would be more genuine when we present them in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I please raise a point of clarification on Councillor Shaw? Earlier, the council leader claimed that officer resource was given to opposition budget development. I have a copy of an email here from the Director of Finance, the former Director of Finance, which reads, "With the number of political groups that exist within Oldham, we simply do not have the staff resources available to provide dedicated support to each group on an ongoing basis, hence the initial position that it would be only the main opposition to whom we would provide a dedicated resource." I appreciate that Liberal Democrats can answer to that position with respect to the main opposition, but opposition groups writ large were not given that dedicated resource, and that was sent on the 19th of July last year. So the questions were raised very early in the budget setting cycle.
Even there's budget meeting, and I'm not supposed to pick up things there, but I'll let Councillor Shah on this occasion to clarify.
I can absolutely clarify that.
Keep it brief, please.
Yeah, of course I will. Of course I will, Mr. Mayor. So the reality is, as much as like the opposition leaders all like to think, and they probably work in cahoots, I'm not sure, but like to think that they're all leaders of the opposition. There is only one main opposition group. Yeah. Now, my point that I made was to say there is nothing to stop anybody in the 12 months up to this budget meeting to work with officers. When officers send that response in the limited time that they have, it's because then there's too much pressure, and they do have to work with the main opposition group. So my point is, you have a whole year to do that. No officer will tell you in that year's time that we can't provide the information. So let's be really practical about this.
Thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Wilkinson next. Please. Mr. Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two very simple questions, really. One to Councillor Jabbar. He did mention that there's 1,000 new homes being developed, 400 of which are affordable housing. I've asked this question now, probably the third time. How much is affordable housing, approximately? And secondly, Councillor Shah mentioned social housing. How many of the 1,000 is going to be social housing? Thank you.
Can I just clarify, is that a part of amendment you're asking, or you're just asking the general questions?
It's a general question.
General questions, okay. Can you use your time of reply, no, not now, when we finish, to answer these questions, please? I got Councillor Charter next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is on the amendment, not on the general point. As a committed trade unionist and someone who has at one point or another been a member of all the 3 trade unions listed in BR1 202, which is on page 346 of the Green Book, I'm a little bit concerned that the Lib Dem group's made some assumptions based on incomplete information. They've based their proposal on the fact that there is a reduction in membership, which I presume is based off payroll information. Most trade union members that I'm aware of, and trade unionists that I still speak to, pay theirs through direct debit privately, not through their payroll. So I'm just concerned that we're making a decision here on possibly incorrect information. But furthermore, Mr. Mayor, for such a small potential saving during a time of transformation in how we deliver our services, this just doesn't feel right to me. My understanding is that trade union officials in Oldham, the caseload has increased massively. So my simple question is to the Liberal Democrat group, are you aware of the current caseload that trade union officials are dealing with before you put this in? Or have you just looked at numbers on a spreadsheet and gone, doesn't look that much? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I've been on the council many years, and I think this is the first time where I've seen a Lib Dem budget that's actually constructive, practical and deliverable. And it's the first time for many years that they've not recycled one of their ideas. That was about reducing the number of councillors. And for me, I think it's about, you keep saying about grown-up politics, Councillor Shah. This is about grown-up politics. They've come up with some deliverable suggestions, whether we like it or not, but we shouldn't turn this into a confrontation. There are suggestions in there that could practically work. There might be some that don't work, but as opposition, you don't have the same time as the administration to prepare a budget, and you don't get the same type of support as well. So therefore, the Oldham group will be voting for the Lib Dem amendment, and I think these are sensible and deliverable suggestions, and in particular around sort of trying to alleviate some of the budget pressures that we've had over the last few years, and that we will get over the next few years as well around homelessness. And I think we need more sort of basically more capital money being available to address some of those issues so that we can save money in the long term. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Taylor, please, if you try to keep it brief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I just want to come in really because I think, you know, Sam, we all are in these situations where we have to deal with residents who are in really difficult, painful situations, and we all really feel that, and we all, I would think everyone in this chamber who has to assist people in that situation really feel for them. And of course, no one's going to disagree. Of course, we don't have enough social housing. We've had 10 years plus of a Tory government who has just not invested, and it isn't a shock to anyone that, you know, the housing crisis is what it is. And while I appreciate that you have made this a priority, I think it is also important that we recap in terms of the fact that as a Labour administration, we are also using capital investment to do some of the work that you've already highlighted. We are looking to provide or build more temporary accommodation, and that's already being covered off. And of course, we don't want to be placing anyone out of borough, and certainly families that have children, it is a priority to get them back in borough. So we've got other amendments that have come in that are focused on temporary accommodation, and I completely understand why that is the case, because a lot of people will be getting this as casework. But I do have to correct you in some of the things that you said, and I know the leader's already touched on this. But actually, because of the mitigations, because of the investment, yes, the housing register is increasing, but in terms of temporary accommodation, that number's actually reducing. So we've currently got 642 households in temporary accommodation. That figure was 722 in September. Now, of course, that's still too many, and I'm not saying that lightly. But we are already investing, and as I say, we don't take this lightly. So we are putting in place mitigations, and obviously new money will be coming in the next year from central government as well. So we have already put kind of £3 million into supporting the mitigations that we've put forward, and obviously in conjunction with the homeless grant from the government, which in 24-25 was 781,000, and in 25-26 will be over £1.5 million, which is a significant investment on top of all the other grants. We believe that the mitigations that we're putting in place are now working, and it is a priority for this administration. And I think it's important that we highlight that, because while you've made it a priority for your budget amendment, it is also a priority in ours as well. We haven't taken any money out of housing, and you'll see that. So I think it's important to make those points, and we absolutely understand where you're coming from with that. But we have got our own mitigations that are now coming to fruition, and we are seeing that they're actually working.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Liberal Democrats have put together these budget amendments to address one of the most critical aspects of the overspending. We want to get the basics right. Temporary accommodation has continued to follow the trajectory over recent years. At present, 642, I think the figure was, are in temporary accommodation. That's a significant number and shouldn't be that high. People in temporary accommodation need more than a nice flat or apartment. They need support to make sure that they do not fall into the trap of going back into temporary accommodation by reminding and supporting the way to budget, as well as accessing other services that can support them. The temporary accommodation proposal that is really prioritising existing resources held in the capital strategy, and to accelerate the purchase of sites, properties, or the refurbishment or adaptations of council surplus assets to increase capacity. This will reduce the reliance on bed and breakfast and hotels. Larger units would make sure we maximise the savings by economy of scales. We need a different way of looking at those in temporary accommodation, and this proposal can do that, despite, not because of the housing crisis. These words are not said as a joke or mocking.
Thank you very much. I'll take two last speakers. Councillor Bishop, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't go over things that I fully support that my colleagues have said with regard to temporary accommodation and investing, basically to save money and to save people from going through what they are going through with the homelessness situation. What I did want to comment on is what we've put forward for extra funding for our incredible youth service. We've seen a lot in this chamber over the last few years about the issues facing young people in this borough. And if we're going to talk about a decision 15 years ago that the Liberal Democrats made in order to deliver a fairer electoral system, one which now I believe is, is on the cards to get rid of the very unfair first-past-the-post system. If we're going to talk about that from 15 years ago, then perhaps we should talk about the decision from 10 years ago when this council decided to delete pretty much the whole of its youth service with cataclysmic, really devastating effects. And, this here we've identified, but, put for suggested 75,000. I'd like to recommend that in future we look at a lot more and we really do invest in the young people of this borough. We help to safeguard them with the issues that we've looked at around CSE, CCE, which is absolutely rife. The criminal exploitation of young people in this borough is beyond, it's beyond a joke. And of course, with the rise in mental health issues and emotional health issues, encouraging pro-social behaviour, everything that we want to see for the future of this borough is something that is delivered by our youth service. And we really need to build that back up to be the force that it was 10 years ago when it was wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The proposal around temporary accommodation is poorly thought through. There aren't any real details or timetables for how the money would be spent. We all agree that clearly the number of families and young children in temporary accommodation is an issue and that it is a tragedy, a genuine one. But throwing 3 million at the problem doesn't stack up. This proposal falls short of the normal financial scrutiny we expect in this council, especially when financial mismanagement claims are often bandied about this chamber and beyond. Additionally, Councillor Sam Al-Hamdani, temporary accommodation doesn't give hope, but houses do, and that's why we voted to stay in PFE.
Thank you very much. I'm satisfied that we had enough broad discussion, cross-party and amendment. So I will ask Councillor Jabbar, does he wish to reply? I'm sure you got plenty of things.
Yes, Mr Mayor, and can I say how brilliantly you chair each of the meetings, especially this meeting in the fair.
Eventually you got the hint, Councillor Jabbar, isn't it?
And I really do appreciate that. Mr Mayor, the Lib Dem Democrats, I want to say thank you, Sam, for recognising the financial difficulties that we're in and agreeing with us to put up the council tax because we have no option. If we did have an option, as I said in my introductory speech, I wouldn't be recommending here council tax increase. So thank you for that. Insofar as the capital investment in TA is concerned, I think this has been covered by a number of speakers from this side, so I don't propose to say any more on that. Insofar as some of the proposals are concerned in respect of revenue accounts, so the total budget is around 330, net budget 322. Your entire proposals, 645, it amounts to 0.2%. Some of those are from previous years. I think we have given it a good look. And by the way, in terms of the comments from Councillor Harkness in the ONS board, to be fair to them, they actually recommended your proposal to the Cabinet for consideration. So, you know, they did give a fair hearing and they agreed to put it forward to us to consider. And we did consider, and on this occasion, we didn't accept the recommendation, but they did forward it to us just to get the record straight. I think, look, if there are opportunity to work together, particularly to deal with the TA, I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Taylor, will be more than happy to talk to you. And this idea that, you know, you've got only 1 week to deal with this. Look, we get the notification from government on the 18th of December, and this was public. I think in your day job, Sam, you've got a better insight than probably me about what's coming and what the announcement is. So just to suggest that you only got 1 week to work out the things, it's not. The leader, the reason why I praised her was from the last 12 months. Last 12 months, we've been working on this to deliver a £14 million of cuts. And we've had meeting every single week to deal with the budget. And insofar as the information is concerned, every single cabinet meeting, when I bring a monitoring report for revenue and capital, it's all detailed there. It is. And if you look, please, it's all there. So I know it's difficult for us in administration, but to hide behind this idea that you haven't got access to information is really not true. Yeah, it really is not true. Councillor Councillor Wilkinson, really good point. So I'll try and give an answer to your question because I like to do that. So we've got 500 affordable homes. In terms of rent, it's between 50 to 80% of local market rent, which is a bit complicated answer. And it depends on the type of property and the type of funding the developer is actually. I'm happy to give you more precise answer and numbers for different type of properties separately, but I think it's a very fair question that you ask. In terms of social housing, we're looking at developing 500 social housing, which will be social rent, not affordable rent, which is much lower than affordable rent. But as I said, I'm more than happy to sit down and go through some of the details. I think that was a really great question that you asked. Insofar as Councillor Akhtar is concerned, he works in housing, and obviously he's got a very top commitment to homelessness, and I agree with that. But on this occasion, I disagree with his comments in terms of supporting the Lib Dem amendments. Councillor Bishop, you're a great person, and you worked in social housing, with youth for a long time. And we work together in
Mr. Mayor,
Rochdale,
I think it's quite inappropriate for the finance member to keep mentioning people's employment during his speech.
It's relevant.
I don't think it is relevant. I think we should keep things to what we do in this chamber and not what we do in our private life.
Okay, first thing is inappropriate that you're interrupting member when he's speaking. That's the first thing is inappropriate. Second,
sorry,
you're interrupting me again, sorry. So the second thing is if member has concerns, they can speak for themselves. So if your employment is mentioned and you want this to be removed, I'm quite happy to consider that. If Councillor Bishop wants that objection to be raised, I'm quite happy to listen to her, but please do not wish to.
At the point where I feel I need to object, I will object.
Continue, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we work together in Rochdale, and I have a lot of admiration for Councillor Bishop. Insofar as her point about youth services is concerned, look, I don't want to do that. And the point that you raise and the issues you raise is absolutely valid. The Madlow project that was developed under your leadership, we supported it all the time. We continue to support it despite having the problems that we got with the budget. And can I just remind you, I'm sorry to do this, right? The reason why we had to cut the budget for the youth service at the time was because the Lib Dem and Tory coalition at that time gave us a massive cut to our central government funding. That was the reason. I'm sorry, that was absolutely the truth. Ask the colleagues who were in that chamber. But in terms of your sentiment about supporting the youth service and the issues they face, we'd won. We'd won, absolutely won. And I agree with you. And I genuinely believe what you said is true, and because I know you. So we will do everything we can to beef up the support for youth service, and where we can work together, I give you my promise we will work together. I think I've covered everyone.
Thank you. You will have plenty of opportunities yet, so don't worry. Councillor Hamdani.
Thank you. A few points. I would like to request that Councillor Shah sends an email to all the senior officers saying that when the opposition requests to have a meeting to discuss budget issues and ask for information about it, that they accept those meetings and provide that information, because I have responses from officers refusing to do that. And when you are claiming in the council chamber that we have more than 7 days, and I have been told by officers that they will refuse to help before that point in time, I don't want to be told that this is me failing to do my job. That is a failure of process, which means we don't get to do our job properly, which means that this council and all of the people we are supporting do not get the support and the help that will be provided by this process being run better. Councillor Jabbar stood up and said that the proposals on temporary accommodation had been amply covered by his colleagues. Really? Nobody out of the administration benches gave any reason why the £3 million that we proposed to go towards temporary accommodation could not be afforded. They did not give any suggestion that it needed to be used as it is in the administration budget, and they did not give any reason why it could not be used for that temporary accommodation. If that is your idea of a reasonable standard of scrutiny, that makes me realise that my question marks over the way the council runs scrutiny are very appropriate. Now, a small point for Councillor Hints, who talked about the GM budget, which is funding the big roundabout. You do know the GM budget is funded by council tax, and it is therefore still council tax that is paying for that.
No, that's not entirely true, I'm afraid.
So it's only mainly misleading.
No, it's you that's being misleading,
okay.
not me.
Sorry, I apologise, Mr Mayor. So there was one question about whether the funding, one of the savings that we proposed was about trade union membership, and thank you for actually providing a bit of questioning. What I would say is there are a huge number of parts of the council which are under stress, have massive increases in workload, and are having to provide savings. And I don't know why other ones have to provide the savings and trade unions don't. I wouldn't like to draw any conclusions about that. And with regards to the Deputy Leader, I'll be very quick. You talked about the figures that they've currently come down. They are still higher than they were a year ago. They are still in the wrong place. That is not good enough. £3 million to go into temporary accommodation, to develop a proper plan, to start building the homes that we need in the places, the accommodation that we need in the places that we need it, is a good thing. I have not seen any argument to show why that money could not come from where we've been proposing it, and why spending it on temporary accommodation would be a bad idea. And if you still vote against it, despite not knowing why using the money is a bad idea and why spending it the way we've suggested is a good idea, why are you voting like that? Thank you very much.
Usually we don't take anyone after the right of reply, but I think just to clear the doors, I think Councillor Shah, the two things. One, who is funding the roundabout, and the second is around transparency and access to information, which I believe should be as a part of democratic process, should be available. So if you wish to respond to those two questions.
Thank
and
you,
also, sorry, if you could respond, if you can, a Councillor Taylor about 3 million question, so members can make their mind up.
It's a 3 million question, I don't know what you mean.
Well, the question is now worth 3 million asked for to invest into the homelessness.
Oh, temporary accommodation, all right, fine. The first thing about the funding roundabout. So no, it is not funded by council tax. That is absolutely misleading. That is money that comes through Transport for Greater Manchester through a single settlement, government funding that all local authorities can opt in for. That's where that funding came from. It's not council tax. So let's clarify that. Secondly, in terms of the officers and officers providing support, all the amendments that you've seen today from the opposition that we will see today, from the ones that are going to bring further amendments, have all had officer support. They were all given finance contacts weeks before the budget was published. What they didn't have access to was our budget up until we put it through scrutiny and had them proposals. But that's a couple of days should be enough to do that if there's such experts are looking at the budget. And also, there's no point of order on that. But also, like I said earlier, and I wish people would listen because it saved me from repeating myself, what I do want to remind opposition again is that similarly to them, we have the information in the public domain just like they do. We just take it a lot more seriously and provide that work a lot earlier. If there is an issue, and if there is, like, if Councillor Hamdani can send me the email that he's had to say that officers have refused to support him, I'm happy to take that up, because I do think opposition and alternative views are healthy. I would like them to support them in trying to, like, make their alternative budget something that we could possibly agree on and not always have to disagree on. So I'm really open to making sure that you get that support if you're saying you haven't received it. But that shouldn't be the case, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. I'll bring you back to second. Councillor Taylor, did you want to say something very, very briefly in 20 seconds about 3 million?
I will try, Mr Mayor. So, Sam, I have to be honest, it's not very clear from your amendment. Under the summary of capital investment proposals, it's not clear exactly what you're asking for. The point that we was making is that we are doing the things that you're saying. We are already putting that money into the mitigation. So we're not taking away anything that you've put forward, we're already doing. But honestly, it's just not clear from your amendment exactly how you plan to spend that money. So it's difficult to support a proposal when we don't know where you're going to put that money.
Thank you. Councillor Hamdani, you have the last word. I'm now going, yeah, the last word.
No, sorry, Mr Mayor. Take it. So, my question was a simple one. Would you send an email to officers? You responded to a whole different point. Okay, and just in terms of procedure, I've had my right of I had my right of reply. We don't have other people getting to stand up and make their points after that.
Well, that's why I'm giving you a chance again to speak.
But you're making it that's just making.
I think there's two ways of looking at it. One is you raise the questions. Those questions should help members to make up their mind which way they're going to vote. And hence, you asked the direct question. Would you email and ask the leader? Saying, what do you do?
And on that one,
and then she raised the question and gave you opportunity to answer. I think it's a fairish way of giving you opportunity. If you're saying that I should have denied you opportunity of speaking, I'm quite happy to do that.
I'd be happy to discuss the process with you afterwards, Mr Mayor.
No problem. I think we have to remember, so I will move to vote. I have to remember the process are there for a reason, and the core reason is to make sure there is a transparent approach. We'll have to write. So sometime you have to amend the processes rather than just following the line. That's my view anyway. I can give you my ruling on this occasion. We'll move to vote, so please. Of course, I was waiting for that, you know, that's why I was taking a bit of a pause. It has to be recorded anyway. Okay. Please declare your intentions.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
For.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hints. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Feeder. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores. Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesey. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustich. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodvine. Mr Mayor.
So amendment is lost, 36 against and 15 for. Move to the second amendment, a call on 36 against and 15 for. Move to the second amendment, I call on Councillor Quick to move and Councillor Woodvine to second the amendment to the budget as circulated and detailed in the council summons. Councillor Quick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with a script, which is unusual for me. But there are choices on tax as well. We need to revive our high street by cutting business rates, and we need to be clear about council tax. Labour would freeze council tax next year using that windfall tax that hasn't been collected yet. Yes, you heard it right. Not a penny more on your council tax, not a penny more than the bill you paid last year. And that is a tax cut for 99% of working people. The words of Sir Keir Rodney Starmer, Prime Minister, United Kingdom, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and minus the Chagos. The amendment we've put down tonight is simple. We intend to freeze council tax. And we intend to freeze it by cutting the waste, the bureaucracy, and the downright greed and troughing that goes on in this council. Because it is what residents ask for. They want money to be saved and money to be put back into services, but ultimately to be put back in their pockets. And that is what this Conservative budget amendment offers. It is, like Argentina's President Milei, it cuts the waste. It's afuera all the way. Because this is what we need. People are sick of the nonsense, the red tape. They just want services to work. They are paying enough already. And you're going to get to a point with council tax where people just won't be able to pay it. And in the Laffer curve, basically, that's when it starts going down. Because you're now taxing people too much. And those people are out there who are struggling already with inflation, with all the other cost of living issues that they've got, and they want this part of their bill to be frozen. And that is what we deliver. In order to do that, well, it's pretty simple. We want to bring in a director of greater efficiency, Doge. We think this council needs one. It's working wonders in the United States because, oh, it is, you can laugh now, but I'll tell you now, there's plenty of waste to be found in this council, and we found £13 billion of it just by million. Yeah, billion. Hey, if we'd found £1 billion, we'd have got somewhere. But just by looking at the books in a small way, we found 13 million sterling. And to go back to what we've said, this isn't just about cutting, but it's also about investing in the places that matter, places where there is growth and places where we need to have growth. My colleagues in Saddleworth, who are obviously keen to have a health centre, have twisted my arm and got that. My colleague in St James, Councillor Sharp, who wishes to have more opportunities for the residents of St James, and of course myself in Royton, where of course I think we need a bit of a boost with our precinct, which is looking rather shabby. But of course, I know that people in this chamber already tonight have made their minds up and will vote this down. So I'm quite aware of that before we go forward, because everybody else has offered a council tax rise, bar us. So I don't want to press on the point too much on that. But I have to come back to the openness of the books, because I asked, as my council colleague, Councillor Lancaster mentioned, back in July for more detail, meetings, and we were denied that. And I suspect that's because I don't think it was perhaps the officer's decision. I suspect it's more a political decision. But where that happens, that then creates an issue where the opposition, whether it's Liberal Democrats, the Oldham Group, or ourselves, or anyone else who wishes to put something forward, a democratic deficit of actually seeing the truth. Because if we could see the books in their entirety and make more informed choices, more informed decisions, then we could offer something as an alternative which you may approve of. But with what we have and what we can get, we offer what we offer. And I think that is something important that needs to be taken away for anyone who is perhaps listening to this. But I would also like to mention the debt. We're the only group that's decided, with what limited time and resources we had, to try and tackle the debt. Because this is going to be the ticking time bomb of the next 10 years. Because without tackling the debt, without getting on top of the interest payments, we are going to face a point where crunch comes in. And no matter how much money central government may try and help you with or push towards you, it is never going to be enough. The debt interest repayments that I've seen of at least 20 million sterling a year, if you calculate that up over the last 10 years, would probably have been enough to fill the deficit between what you had to save and what you've basically given to banks in interest, which is rather interesting given the socialist mentality that bankers are all evil and that basically you seem to take the money though. So for me, it is a simple proposition. It is to put money back in people's pockets, to freeze council tax, something the Labour Party promised, and to, of course, put money back into the districts, as well as other issues that we've raised, that many residents raised with us. And to put it simply, Mr Mayor, I propose this amendment tonight because this is what we promised and this is what should be delivered. Thank you very much.
Very well timed, Councillor Quigg. Now, Councillor Woodbine, would you like to second the amendment?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I rise today to second the fourth consecutive council tax freeze proposed by this Conservative group. In preparing for full council, I realised I could have used the same speech I have made 4 times before. In simple terms, while as Conservatives we once again challenge the status quo, we see Labour and the Liberal Democrats take the easy option as they seek to increase taxation as much as practically possible. When I proposed our Conservative alternative in 2024, I said the Labour leadership have presided over subpar statutory services, poor investment in town centre master plans and plummeting public trust in this council. A year later, nothing has changed and no lessons have been learned. No ifs, no buts, Sir Keir Starmer said as he promised that we could rip up our council tax bills and we would not pay a penny more than last year because he would freeze council tax for all once in Downing Street. Yet the first local government settlement set out by the Labour government he leads was not very generous at all, and the Labour administration at Oldham Council are proposing to increase council tax for the 14th year. Since the general election, Labour have stopped crying crocodile tears over the cost of living because their party have single-handedly made the situation worse for millions across the UK. Energy bills, public transport fares, business rates, national insurance contributions, inflation, and today in Oldham, council tax are all on the rise. And we're all supposed to express our gratitude to Ms Reeves for a supposed penny off a pint. I like a beer, Mr Mayor, but even I would struggle to drink an extra 480 to feel the benefit of this policy. For many in our borough, however, this is the least of their worries as they prioritise feeding their families and heating their homes, something which Labour Party policies are making it much harder for them to do. Once again, I remind elected members across the chamber that there is an alternative. While the priority of the Leader of the Council is her self-promotion and forcing receptionists at the Civic Centre to police her parking space, our Conservative group is proposing many cost savings and efficiencies which prioritise statutory service provisions and reduce wasteful spending. We want to reduce the tax burden placed on the people of the Borough of Oldham, and that's why we are proposing a balanced budget and a fully funded freeze to council tax for general purposes. It can be done. Our residents will benefit from retaining a higher proportion of their earned income, awarding them greater purchasing power to meet rising household costs. We want to reduce spend on non-essential services to prioritise helping people. All resources should be diverted to services that deliver tangible and noticeable benefits to residents. In the past, we proposed reducing a high-cost layer of management. Without adversely impacting upon service delivery, Labour told us we couldn't do it, yet they have since done it. Though she has reminded me today that despite my best efforts to cut Shelley in our budgets, it looks like she's here to stay. We've also proposed to reduce the district teams. As councillors, we should act as community leaders, complete our own caseload, and not require unelected officers to do this for us. Labour told us we couldn't do it, yet they have since done it. Both times we have been correct, and we are correct to continue making common sense budget reductions. But like their party colleagues in Westminster, this council's Labour leadership is too busy tearing down tributes to the late and great Sir Winston Churchill to realise Previously, they blamed the UK government for their financial failures. Who will they blame now? This Labour administration's legacy over the last many years has created for Oldham a folk tale of its own. Abdul-Jabbar and the 27 Thieves, as once a year they say the magic command, open sesame, to the treasure trove that is this council's reserves, making all our money problems disappear. On paper, that is. Unfortunately, they've risked our financial resilience.
5 seconds.
Move extension.
I've only got two paragraphs left. They risked our financial resilience, our reserves are almost all gone, we have lost 2 directors of finance in as many years, and we have seen that despite the Cabinet members' best intentions, we cannot rely on the Labour government to bail us out. So I therefore repeat today that retaining a bloated staffing structure and the current level of non-essential spending is not sustainable, nor does it provide value for money.
Thank you.
Can I just finish the sentence, Mr Deputy Mayor?
Last sentence, go on.
Thank you. Nor does it provide value for money, so I'm afraid Councillor Jabbar has failed on the 2 primary responsibilities of his portfolio. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, now Councillor Woodbine's finished. Can I ask him to withdraw 27 Thieves? Because, Mr. Mayor, as the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the Mayor made it very clear that in this chamber we need to be mindful of the language that we use, and we come here to serve the people of this borough, and we're proud of doing that. To be called thieves is not appropriate, and I would ask very respectfully, I did intervene when he was speaking, but I am speaking now, Mr. Deputy Mayor, ask him to withdraw that.
You did preempt what I was just about to say, actually. Would you care
Thank you,
to
Mr.
withdraw
Mayor.
that, please?
I will, in the spirit of being conciliatory, withdraw it. However, I do think taking people's money against their will is theft. And
please withdraw that.
Emphasis,
please withdraw that as well. It is not
the emphasis of that paragraph
could you
was
please
actually open sesame, which is a noun that means something that makes it easy to achieve a desired outcome, which was actually reference to the council reserves and not council tax.
Can we withdraw the theft as well? Council tax is not theft.
Well, I'll withdraw it, but I stand by it.
Well, that is not withdrawing it then. Please withdraw that remark.
It's a philosophical difference, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So
No,
unless
it's
you can
not
reference the
a philosophical
Constitution,
difference.
well, can you reference the Constitution? Because I think it's acceptable.
I do not think it's acceptable. Just there's nothing in the Constitution about that. The fact that you're saying that that it's theft is incorrect, and it's totally unforgivable. That I regard that as totally unacceptable. Please withdraw it.
I'm sorry that you find it unacceptable, but it's a difference of political opinion, Mr.
No,
Deputy
it's not
Mayor.
a political opinion. This is a fact.
And in your role, you should be impartial. And not
I am not. I am
involve yourself
being
in the
impartial.
debate.
The word theft, I am objecting to. I do not agree with the word theft. It is not theft. It is a tax.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, my group do not wish me to withdraw the comments, so I will not do it. Mr. Deputy Mayor, the boss is back now.
I intend to carry on with the meeting, but are you confirming that you would refuse to withdraw that request? Is that my request? You are, right, okay. We'll look into that later. We will continue with the meeting now. Is that acceptable to everybody? Yeah.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's not. No, absolutely it's not. We cannot, keep lowering the tone in this chamber. We cannot keep, regardless of how many times I've requested, no member of my group ever throws anything personal or makes any personal accusations.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I don't choose to raise this because, frankly, free speech should overrule, but the Leader of the Council quite often diminishes our intelligence and our understanding of local government, and I don't choose to take offence or raise issue because, to be fair, she's entitled to that opinion, just as we're entitled to our opinion in this matter. Thank you.
She knows how to do it.
This is not about...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think the difference between the comment that I think the difference between the comment that Councillor Lancaster's just made and what they refer to as diminishing their experience, is not personal. I don't call them thieves. I don't make any other accusations. If that is my view, that they do not have local government experience or how to set a budget or an alternative budget, that is a view. That is not personal. It's very different than calling people thieves. We cannot keep and continue to lower the tone in this chamber. Councillor Woodward will have to refute his comment or apologise. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just to bring this meeting to a close earlier, this is serious business, and we can't keep doing is diminishing this chamber and thinking, oh yeah, because we need to end the meeting because they've had their say. It's disgusting behaviour. It's the very same Conservatives that have now seen 3 resignations, Mr. Mayor, because of this conduct. They don't appreciate or respect each other, but we're not going to allow them to disrespect everybody else across this chamber.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, can I have a point of clarification, please? And it's a very short one. It's one word, and it's a quote, direct quote from the council leader, and it's no bin when she diminished the opposition budgets a few years ago and was very personal. It's not one rule for one in this chamber, and we're entitled to our opinion.
I apologise.
I don't recall an apology.
And in person,
and none of us shouted
on numerous occasions to Councillor Holbein.
Yeah, you were saying that theft is not just by one person, by 27 people in this chamber. And also, then you said that council tax is theft, so all tax is thefted. That is correct. It's not correct, and it is totally not acceptable. I ask you to withdraw that comment and apologise.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, on your request, I'll withdraw the term thieves, but taxation, in my opinion, is theft, and that's what we're doing. So. I still stand by my comments. But I'll withdraw them on a constitutional level if that's what you're requesting. But on a personal level, I stand by everything I've said. Taxation is theft.
I'll accept the apology for referring to us, the Labour group as thieves, but I'm still not happy about the fact that tax is theft. But we'll leave that for now, and we'll continue with the meeting. Thank you.
It sounds like in 5 minutes I missed something important, but can I just clarify a couple of things? I just got to the end of the... No. I think, no, you don't tell me now. It's me who says no. At least for next 2 months, please. First of all, when Deputy Mayor is sat here, he's chair of the meeting, and he should be respected as the chair of the meeting. That's not about individual me or him or anyone else. It could be one of you in the future. So that respect should sustain, and I'm not boss of anyone. I had only one boss, and she's gone, and neither I'm anyone's boss, neither no one else is going to boss around. I think I'm not going to get into that matter because that's been dealt by chair of the meeting at that time, and he got right to decide for the future course of action he wants to take. I would request again, please, let's keep that politeness in this meeting. And I totally actually get you are entitled to your views, considering they're your personal views, and you're not accusing individuals and collectively individuals, because that becomes a different matter. But I'll leave that matter with the chair of the meeting at that time. Now, I think the list has... Okay, so the number of people who have indicated they wish to speak, so I'll start with Councillor Marland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This year's Conservative budget, as Councillor Lancaster said, is strikingly similar to their 2024 proposal. So while some of the suggestions are sound, others are completely irrational. In an ideal world, we would all want to see council tax remain the same as last year's. I've always had problems, sorry. But like hundreds of other councils across the country, an increase is absolutely necessary. It is noted in the officer's comments that not increasing council tax has longer-term implications for its future revenue stream, and not increasing this tax would reduce the council's tax income on an ongoing basis. So this is just not a practical suggestion, and would only lead to increase the risk of the Section 114 notice, which is something we absolutely want to avoid at all costs. Other items which were raised and dismissed in previous years' amendments include suggestions to rationalise the district partnerships and reducing the number of councillors and their allowances. The latter has been investigated. It can't be done without the involvement of the Electoral Commission, and this has been tried before. So it is just not possible to include this cost saving, and it shouldn't have been written into your budget. You have allocated just £3 million worth of funding to help with the new Saddleworth Health Centre. This is all well and good, but this is just a tiny percentage of what is actually needed to give the Saddleworth residents what they need and deserve. Any new medical facility is likely to have a price tag of around £10 million. And this is known from the first-hand experience of my Liberal Democrat colleagues in Shaw and Crompton, who have successfully delivered a state-of-the-art centre for their residents. So whilst in agreement that additional investment in highways and environment will be a long-term benefit, along with shrinking waste and photocopying costs, this does not deliver a realistic budget, and so my colleagues and I are unable to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Got a list of people who wish to speak. Please, if you keep it brief, that will be helpful. We'll get more views in. Got Councillor Hinds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, wow. That's in essence a Tory budget, isn't it? Feather in their own nests is the first thing I think of. £1.5 million allocated to Royton Town Centre. Obviously £3.5 million or whatever it is for an health centre in Saddleworth, keeping them sweet up there. I don't believe councils fund health centres, that's not my understanding of it. So I don't know where that why that's so special. The thing that really annoys me about this is the attack on the district teams. They are vital in connecting councillors with residents and other stakeholders, and that's something in my view that should be expanded upon. The other thing about which is quite important with the district councils and the district leads is you will have seen the £20 million worth of investment coming into the town, some of which will be allocated to the district councils to give community stakeholders and partners a chance to come and explain their visions, their workings, and try to generate some commitment from finance through the district teams. So it's just a typical Tory budget, isn't it? Hollow words for votes, nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can carry on the theme of district teams, and it is district teams and not district partnerships, because district teams actually provide a fantastic service. They provide integrated services of all disciplines that actually save significant amount of money by early intervention. We've already streamlined the district teams and taken £500,000 out of them over this last year. And now they're slim, good, economic, and they're going to provide a fantastic service over the next 2 or 3 years. And that service will actually provide significant savings and significant help for people, because part of the district teams is engagement. And engagement is seen, for instance, through the pensioner credit campaigns that we have, a massive amount of money. They've gone out, they've actually filled forms in for people and brought significant revenues into this council. So I'll be brief. And if I could just mention the health centre in Saddleworth. And I do think we need a health centre in Saddleworth, and we need to enhance the sports facilities. So we actually took an initiative last year and asked both the health providers, OCL, and ourselves to look at the situation. The actual cost is £14.6 million. And that's from the actual business case that we got produced by an independent party. Of that, and Councillor Barlow was right, just over £10 million of that would actually come from the health budgets and not the council budgets. So they've just got all the figures wrong. They don't even know how this council works. They don't know how individual sections of it work. And I think this budget's absolutely appalling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brownish.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just really concerned about your proposal not to impose the adult precept. As you will know, across the country, the pressures on adult social care
are rising. We have delivered considerable savings in our budget, but despite that, our costs are going up because of all the problems that we're aware of. This is true across the country. It's been true for a number of years, which is why the previous Tory government introduced the adult social precept in the first place. So to now say we're not going to impose it, I'm just intrigued to know, how are you going to fund the care that our vulnerable older adults need in this borough? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hobbin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hate getting up after people have stole your thunder, because everything that I was going to say has been said. But there was a couple of things, because and I'll probably get hated for this, what I'm going to say, but nationally, as a kind of blue rosette person for most of my life, going back to when the last great leader they had in Lady Thatcher, I do have an issue with Councillor Quid going on about raising taxes, because unfortunately for people like me, the last Conservative government didn't do us any favours. But the two things that I noticed on this budget that really stuck out to me was the 2% that Councillor Brownridge has just mentioned. I wondered what we was going to do with that if we didn't raise the council tax at all. And as Councillor Hinds mentioned, looking after your own areas. I'd like to know what's going to happen for Failsworth if you're doing something in Royton and Saddleworth and everywhere else where the Conservatives actually be in their seats. So is it, if you've not got a Conservative member in your ward, are we not getting anything?
Thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is now my fourth budget as a councillor, and year after year I have seen the same pattern: higher taxes, wasted spending and little improvement for the people of Oldham. Every year, as we've just seen, Labour councillors talk down to us, claiming we don't understand finance. But let's be clear, our proposals are balanced and achievable, and maybe the real issue isn't our understanding of finance, but Labour's inability to manage it. For years, Oldham residents have been hit with higher taxes, declining services, and a council that serves itself instead of the people it represents. And what's the answer from Labour? More of the same. More waste and more burden on hard-working families. Well, we reject that entirely. That's why our amendment freezes council tax, because the people of Oldham have had enough. Our amendment focuses on three things. Firstly, cutting the waste. It's time for the council to lead by example. We propose reducing the cost of politicians, streamlining senior management and scrapping unnecessary spending like council-funded newspapers. Secondly, invest in our neighbourhoods. Residents want cleaner streets, safer communities and better roads. That's why we are prioritising investment in highways, environmental measures and targeted improvements for areas that have been left behind for far too long. And finally, getting Oldham's finances under control. By reducing the debt, making procurement more efficient and selling underused assets, we can make sure money is spent where it matters most. But beyond the numbers, this is about fairness. How can we justify tax rises when the council still spends money on things that people don't need or want? How can we ask hard-working families to tighten their belts when this chamber refuses to do the same? Our amendment proves that there is another way, a way that puts residents first and that ensures services are run efficiently and respects the sacrifices people are already making. I already know the outcome of our amendment, but I ask members to maybe just think outside the box, to put Oldham residents first and vote for our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mushtaq, see if Councillor Sharp has convinced you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just needed to stand up. I wasn't planning on speaking. But having listened to what can only describe as a Trump tribute act, and that's not a comment on his appearance, rather the content of his speech, and in particular the reference to Doge, which we are all aware of, that is being run in the US by an unelected billionaire, multi-billionaire, and a speech by Councillor Woodvine that is replete with jest and insults, which seems to be the theme. And I think just in general that just epitomises how seriously or not they take this budget. But what is serious is the comment Councillor Quigg made about a democratic deficit, because sadly they've got used to being disrespectful to yourself, to the Deputy Mayor and to members in this chamber. But to insult the public out there that have voted for each and every one of us, they have decided that they want 27 Labour councillors in here and only what was 9, what became 8 and what is now 5 Conservative councillors. So that, I think, is a very serious point, and Councillor Quick should apologise to the public. Going back to Doge and Councillor Sharp's comments just now about waste and mismanagement, we have seen examples, attempts of Doge in the last 14 years, which are easily glossed over. And the biggest and most prominent one is, of course, the long-lasting 7-week premiership of Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng. And everyone agrees that the minimum figure that's widely agreed is a waste, Councillor Sharp and Councillor Quigg, of £30 billion. And the figure we all know is much, much higher.
Well done,
And then you've got, of course, COVID-19 and the PPE disaster, the Tory waste, sleaze and chaos, which included £16 billion on PPE that was never fit for use, £933,086 on ministerial severance bills because of the turnover, as we know, Minister after Minister, Prime Minister after Prime Minister, Secretary of State after Secretary of State, and 2.6 million wasted on Downing Street's briefing room. And I could go on and on and on. But this is very serious because the PPE waste, clearly we know, and you know as yourself in your professional life, costs lives. Yeah, so the position we see ourselves in today is holistically, wholly the fault of the Conservative governments of the past 14 years. So this is not a joke, Councillor Woodvine. You might write your speeches to try and be funny, to try and be insulting, but this is very serious business. And the impact of our decisions in this chamber is massive on the people out there, and it's our duty to ensure that we do the best we can for all of them and to behave like grown-ups and mature adults in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harkness.
Yeah, very quickly, Mr Mayor, quite a few of the points that we're going to raise have already been said, so a couple of points. We can't cut the number of councillors. We've asked for that before. We don't have the power to do that. The financial situation of this council is in part due to the fact, largely part due to the fact that the funding formula from national government is unfair. And the Conservatives had 14 years to change that, and they chose not to. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rustrich.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Quigg likes to grandstand in this chamber about all sorts of things. But after listening to him go on for what felt like an eternity, I think it's about time that we recognise reality. Just last week, the Audit Committee received Oldham's account for 22-23, and one of the few authorities in the country to have met the deadline again. I think it's worth pointing out to him that external auditors found that this council delivers value for money and that our finances are well managed. But moving on to my substantive point, it's a shame to see that the Tories haven't learned their lessons from Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget. After trying to push through almost £44 billion worth of unfunded tax cuts and nearly bankrupting the country in the process. If we'd listened to the Tories on council tax over the last 3 years, we'd be £11 million worse off every year. And that's an £11 million of cuts to vital public services we'd have to make every year. Residents would suffer because of the ignorance of the realities of local government funding. Liz Truss bankrupted the country. They'd bankrupt the council. For a group that tries to sensationalise about the state of the council finances every 3 weeks, their proposals would push us into Section 114 territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's actually more a point of personal explanation with regard to the comments of Councillor Dean that I took great interest in. Not being the sort of councillor, and I am the sort of councillor who just gets on with the job rather than blowing their own trumpet, taking credit for the work of others. But, you know, having spent the last 18 months to 2 years getting the relevant people around the table to get an agreement on the production of a business case for a new Saddleworth Health Centre, and also outpatient services for Saddleworth. You know, I find it a little concerning that he's now trying to take the credit for that. But, you know, Councillor Dean, we have the receipts to back up that information. Sorry, you've got the report. Well, I'd be very pleased to see it. Yeah, I'm sure you'll fancy sending it then to the relevant councillors, won't you?
Let's speak to me through me, sorry. Not have two-way interactions there. Councillor Taylor, the last person, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most of the points have been made, really, so I will keep it brief. But I think in relation to some of the comments that was made about Doge, I mean, nobody really knows how much Elon Musk Doge has saved, because essentially that list of saving receipts have been riddled with errors, which is a little bit like this Conservative amendment. I mean, these are just not common sense proposals, and the cost savings don't make sense either. I mean, we could all come up with fanciful figures. I could save myself hundreds of pounds each month if I didn't pay my mortgage, but it really wouldn't be a very sensible thing to do, would it? So ultimately, I think most of the points have been covered. Absolutely wouldn't support this, couldn't support this. It's just fantasy land, and no matter how much you try to dress it up, it's just not a viable or sensible or alternative proposal.
Does Councillor Jabbar wish to reply?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes, please. Thank you so much. Again, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. You know, when you look at these figures, right, and think, you know, which world is the councillors who moved this, right, are living in? You know, it reminds me of the mini budget in September 22, Mr. Mayor, where Liz Truss government gave this country £44 billion of unfunded tax cuts, and look what happened. You know, the country went to bankrupt, the inflation rate went up, the interest rate went up, people lost their homes, rent increased, and as a direct result of that, many people became homeless. And what's really disappointing is Councillor Quigg and his colleague haven't learned the lesson from that, because they're saying now they want to freeze council tax. In the past 3 years, they were saying they want to freeze the general element, but this time round they've gone further, saying they want to freeze the total, both element, general, and the adult social care. Can I just remind colleagues on the other side that it was their government brought in the adult social care piece up because they recognized the increased cost and the increased demand. So it was them who brought this tax in, Mr. Mayor. And then Councillor Woodbine saying that for 4 years he stood here advocating no council tax increase. Well, you were not correct, because last 3 years you were saying not increasing the general element, but you were supporting the adult social care. So technically you were wrong, and you distorted, you distorted the comment that you made here. So here's the interesting thing. They've said, Councillor Woodbine said, right, that any tax increase is, I'm not going to repeat the word, but you heard what he said, because I think as a responsible councillor, I shouldn't use that word. But Mr. Mayor, when the Tory party left the office, we had the biggest tax in this country, in the recent history of this country. Income tax, VAT, national insurance. So if that was the case, who was then raising it? And who was responsible for it? I need to, when you reply, Councillor Quigg, you need to answer that question in relation to the comment your colleague was making. Under the last Tory government, Mr. Mayor, in the recent history of this country, we have had the highest tax burden ever. And he's saying any tax increase is what? I'm not going to use the phrase, but if you are sensible, and if you believe in it and not believe in an imaginary world, you owe an explanation. How come your party did that nationally, which affected everybody, and when we tried to raise the council tax each year in line with the government recommendation, when your party was in power, we followed the guidance they given to raise the tax in recent years. We're doing exactly the same thing here today. In the spending review, the government have said each council needs to increase the council tax in order to balance the budget on top of the funding they've given. So I think, Mr. Mayor, they don't take it seriously. They really don't understand local government finance. And the one thing for sure, that they bring these proposals so they can play out to the gallery, knowing that they will never be in charge of the council in this chamber. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Quigg, you're right to reply.
Oh, why
I'm
not?
sure you will answer all the questions.
Well, I'll try, Mr. Mayor, but I think I got a bit, how can I say, a bit overwhelmed with the love and support from across the chamber tonight. Well, as Cilla Black said, surprise, surprise, you know, things, it's all right, Chuck, don't worry. I mean, Councillor Jabbar, in answer to some of what you were waffling on about, I have to say that the government recommends something doesn't mean you have to follow it. It's a recommendation, it's not an instruction. So learn the difference between the two, and then we'll might get somewhere in the middle. As to all the lovely comments that I've, some of them that I listened to, some that I didn't, I'm sure that the residents of Oldham will appreciate how you wish to keep taxing them a bit more, because obviously, you know, it doesn't matter what you make promises to the public, and you know, the Prime Minister makes promises to the public. It doesn't matter. It's just what was it Councillor McLaren said in the scrutiny meeting? It's something along the lines of it's misquoted. Yeah. Don't believe your eyes and ears, as George Orwell said. But I'm surprised at how people are focusing on Doge, the Director of Greater Efficiency, because I thought that is something that anyone with responsibility would want to see, because if you want to save money in order to put back into services, then cutting waste should be surely a good thing. I mean, I don't see how it can be a bad thing, unless, of course, you know, some people are, you know, not playing by the rules, or perhaps, you know, there's pork barrel politics going on. But we'll live with that, I'm sure. In terms of the comment from Councillor Hartness, I will pick up on, in terms of the Local Government Boundary Commission for England request. Yes, we have put it in, something you used to put in your budgets year after year. But it's a shame you've dropped it from it, because obviously we would agree with that. It's just a shame that we seem to be the only ones offering that. Not quite sure why it's been dropped, but perhaps we'll never know. In terms of Councillor Hoban, I think it was something along the lines about something money for Failsworth. Was I correct in that? Yes, thank you. Well, if you'd asked me, I'm sure I could have found some change down the back of the sofa, so to speak, but obviously you didn't. So, you know, if we want to be serious tonight, and this is the point, we aren't given the day-to-day spending of this council. It's hidden from us. We are not given the books open in a transparent way, because I suspect if we did and the public did see what was in there, and I've had an accountant from a big accounting house look at this, and his words were, they are opaque. So when somebody says they're opaque, that says to me that things aren't transparent. And members of the public, when you see these things, and the consultation just wasn't even meaningful. I mean, it's just like, well, here's a set of answers, answer which one you think's best. So, for me, I think we're standing up for what the Prime Minister said, which was to freeze council tax, and we're delivering it. So I do hope tonight that Labour keep to their promise and not put a penny more on council tax. Not a penny more on council tax, because otherwise you're putting £100 on everyone's bill, and that's before we even get to Mr Burnham and all his extra qualities that he puts on top, just to pay for I don't know, all the wasteful spending he commits to as well. Thank you.
Right, we will move to vote.
Mr. Mayor, will you? No, please. Repeatedly, he said...
Is it, sorry, can I just... No, is it point of order, point of personal explanation?
Explanation.
Already been criticised by Councillor
No, explanation, please, Mr. Mayor. You're a great mayor, please. Please.
Only because you keep saying that, I will allow it now. Go on, sorry.
No. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Quigg repeatedly says, right, he hasn't got access to the book, it's so opaque and everything else. Every single expenditure over £500 is printed on our website to show the expenditure. Every single expenditure over £500 is printed on our website. The book is produced. You've got all the details. If you've got any issues, raise it. If you've got any information that you don't get, this idea that this is all secret is not true.
Thank you, and that's what happens now. Everyone have point of personal explanation. Councillor Harkness.
Yeah, I was asked a question. So yeah, we dropped it because we asked the relevant people about reducing the number of councillors. We wrote to them and they said, no, we've just had a boundary review as well. So we've been told we can't do that. I thought I'd made that clear.
Yeah, thank you. You did.
Just clarify that again.
We're moving to recorded votes, please. Please declare your intentions.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
Abstain.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
Abstain.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hince.
Against.
Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Fida. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores.
Against.
Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustich. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodvine.
For.
Mr Mayor.
Against. So amendment is lost, 35 against, 9 for, and 8 abstention. Move on to amendment 3. I think all of you have spoken, contributed a lot today. So may I request that if you have a valid point which is not been already made, please make it. If this point has been made, I'm quite happy for you to stand up for the video clip and say, I agree with the point which was made, so we can keep it more precise and brief. I'm not trying to gag people. You're allowed to say what you want to say. I've not even started the motion yet. Sorry. Give me some time, please. I call on Councillor Waheed to move Amendment 3 and Councillor Akhtar to second the amendment to the budget as circulated and detailed in the Council summons. Councillor Waheed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It is with a sense of responsibility that I present the Oldham Group's proposed amendments to the administration's budget. Our proposal addresses the escalating cost of temporary accommodation and puts forward a sustainable long-term solution that not only reduces financial strain on the council but also enhances housing provisions for families in need. As we all know, the rising cost of emergency accommodation are unsustainable. At £60 per night, the council is spending approximately £22,000 per year for each family unit placed in temporary accommodation. This is not a viable approach, particularly when we have the opportunity to provide better, more stable housing and while achieving significant financial savings. Our proposal is to redevelop the Civic Centre tower block a building spanning 165,000 square feet with 132,000 square feet available for residential use after accounting for communal areas. This space could be transformed into 207 high-quality flats consisting of 145 two-bedroom units and 62 three-bedroom units, designed specifically for families. Beyond the cost savings, this proposal is about ensuring families are housed in safe, centrally located accommodation that provides easy access to schools, transport links and other essential services. The current system often forces families into unstable, scattered placements, disrupting their lives, children's education and their ability to access support services. A single, well-managed development would provide stability and a sense of community while reducing the distress and upheaval faced by families in temporary accommodation. We all know the disruptions families face when forced to move into temporary accommodation outside the borough or miles away from children's schools. This is even worse when a family has more than one child attending different schools. Relocation takes an emotional and logistical toll, making everyday life a struggle. The proposal ensures families remain centrally located, easing school commutes and access to vital services. By repurposing the Civic Centre, we estimate an annual saving of approximately 2 million. As you know, we already are overspending 4.5 million a year on temporary accommodation, and this proposal would reduce that by 2 million straight away. And at the same time, a developer would be comforted to know that they would be making 2.5 million a year in rental income. The financial model of this proposal is robust. We propose a 20-year lease agreement with a developer at a peppercorn rent. Under this agreement, the developer will be responsible for refurbishing and managing the property while ensuring that the rental prices remain affordable for the council. Critically, the operational risks, including maintenance, utilities, and occupancy management, will be borne by the developer, protecting the council from financial exposure. There is no doubt that developers would be highly interested in this opportunity, with clear profit potential through guaranteed rental income and a prime location. This deal is an attractive proposition for investors. The procurement and the development process is expected to take 2 years, although we acknowledge that planning requirements and potential developer delays could extend this by a maximum of a further 12 months. However, this timeline remains far more efficient than our current approach to continually increasing temporary accommodation spending with no long-term solution in place. While we hope preventative work and legislative changes will reduce the demand for temporary accommodation, we must also be realistic. If demand increases rather than decreases, we will explore additional sites, perhaps not as large as the Civic Centre, but still considerable, that we can develop using the same model. This ensures we remain proactive in tackling the issue rather than reacting to an ever-growing crisis. Furthermore, our proposal aligns with the broader vision for increasing housing availability in Oldham. Upon completion of the 20-year term, or at a point where the demand for temporary accommodation diminishes, the 207 units can be counted towards our borough's additional housing stock. This means that our investment in repurposing the Civic Centre will leave a lasting legacy, contributing to our long-term goal of increasing high-quality, affordable homes for residents. Unlike the administration's approach of handing over key sites to Muse, without a single guarantee of new homes being built, our proposal ensures that housing remains the priority. The Civic Centre is a landmark of this town and an asset that should serve the people of Oldham, not be handed over for a hotel project that lacks clarity on how it will benefit local residents. Given that existing hotels in the borough are already being used to house asylum seekers and temporary accommodation clients, adding another hotel does nothing to alleviate the crisis of expensive, unsuitable temporary accommodation. In contrast, our plan directly tackles the issues by providing dedicated high-quality housing where it is most needed. The proposal is already overdue, but better late than never. This is a decisive, long-term solution to a problem that has plagued Oldham for too long already. We cannot continue with short-term, expensive and reactive policies. The time is to act now. I urge this chamber to support the Oldham Group's amendment to the administration's budget. By doing so, we take a decisive step towards addressing our housing needs while safeguarding public funds and building a stronger, more sustainable future for Oldham. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Exactly spot on. 6 minutes. Consultor?
I rise to second the motion. My colleague, Councillor Wahid, has eloquently outlined the reasons for developing the Civic Tower into residential accommodation. The administration's budget proposal lacks the innovation needed to address some of the imminent revenue budget pressures that need immediate attention. This amendment addresses the immediate revenue budget pressures related to temporary accommodation. Labour's town centre plans include proposals for tower blocks of apartments on the site we are currently on, as well as other sites across the town centre. Why not have these apartments in the Civic Tower and use some of the other sites for family houses? Labour's plans won't come to fruition for another 5 to 10 years, whereas the Civic Tower could be renovated within 2-3 years, potentially saving £2 million per year. I would like to propose another challenge to the administration, which we haven't included in this amendment. Why have you not been innovative with your capital budget to address temporary accommodation challenges? The council owns various properties across the borough. Could any of them be renovated to provide residential accommodation? We also have private commercial units right across the borough that don't utilise the upper floors. Why don't you put together a grant package as an incentive for private owners to turn those empty spaces into residential accommodation? A grant scheme similar to what we had for the Independent Quarter on York Street, but that would be innovative for this Labour administration as they can't think out of the box. These empty spaces could be quick wins to alleviate the pressure on emergency accommodation. The private owners will quickly utilise local small contractors to get the space renovated, keeping the Oldham pound within Oldham for Oldham people instead of lining up wealthy developers' pockets, as will be the case for some of your grand schemes. I also understand there are concerns about the feasibility of the Civic Tower, particularly in light of the Master Development Agreement signed with Muse in 2023. However, I urge the Council to consider the broader context. The MDA, while legally binding, was designed to facilitate town centre development. Our proposals aligns with these goals by repurposing an underutilised asset to address a critical social need within the borough. We must weigh the potential legal and financial risks against the tangible benefits this project offers to our community. I know there are concerns with regards to taking management of such a large development for temporary accommodation. The principle of using the Civic Tower for residential purposes, I suppose we can all agree on that. All of the tower doesn't have to be used for temporary accommodation. We could have mixed tenure, temporary accommodation, social housing, shared ownership and affordable homes, along with private sales. Local letting policy, such as working extra, could also be applied to ensure economically active residents are also rehoused. This proposal is not just about addressing the immediate challenges of temporary accommodation. It is about building a better future for Oldham by centralising temporary accommodation in a well-managed, high-quality facility. We can streamline service delivery, enhance safety and create a supportive environment for families in need. This approach also aligns with the Council's broader strategic goals of reducing homelessness, improving housing quality and fostering community cohesion. The Oldham Group's proposal is a bold and innovative solution to a complex problem. It demonstrates our commitment to fiscal responsibility, social equity and long-term planning. By approving this amendment, we can take a significant step toward reducing the Council's financial burden, improving the lives of vulnerable families and creating a more inclusive and resilient community. In closing, Mr Mayor, I urge the Council to consider the profound impact this proposal could have on our community. It is an opportunity to address a pressing social issue while achieving significant cost savings. It is a chance to demonstrate leadership, innovation and compassion in the face of adversity.
Thank you.
The Oldham Group's, one last couple of sentences. The Oldham Group's proposal is not just a budget amendment, it is a statement of our values and commitment to the people of Oldham. Let us seize this opportunity to make a lasting difference in the lives of those who need it the most. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Got a number of speakers again. Please, can you keep it brief, Councillor Lancaster?
Mr Mayor, you were right to admonish me earlier. I did raise my hand accidentally. I was intending to speak on the main debate once the amendment has passed. So apologies for my hastiness.
Don't worry, that's fine. Councillor Hinds, did you raise by mistake as well?
No, not at all. Thank you. I suppose you could argue this amendment is based on good intentions, but it seems we're going from the home of the tubular bandage to the home of the world's biggest HMO. And I accept the people behind me, colleagues behind me, are experts in HMOs. But I just wanted to pick up on one little statement which stood out, I think. Quick wins for private owners, which is essentially what HMOs have been turned into in this town. And looking at these things, about estimate of £2 million savings, let's call it a guesstimate, because it's not based on anything. Looking at the officers' responses, I think the first thing they should have put in the budget was the purchasing of a tape measure. Thank you.
Just because you call them experts in HMOs, and a constructor probably have personal explanation.
Definitely, Mr Mayor, because I don't have a single HMO, and I think we've many, I mean the leaders already said it, and many other members have actually said it as well. These cheap digs don't do any good to this chamber.
Make sure that it's been minuted that you declare.
And I'll appreciate it if the member takes his words back now.
I am perfectly happy to take them words back. I am perfectly happy to take them words back, although it is reasonable to say there are certain members of the Oldham group who have, even now or in the past, had dealings in profiteering from HMOs. I think that's a fact.
Constructor, let's carry on with the two-way debate.
Explanation, Mr Mayor. Well, we can go on all night.
Sorry, okay.
You started it, not me.
Last word. Sorry, Constructor, speak to me, please.
I will do, Mr Mayor, but he's... Sorry. Right, so I think there will be other members who probably own HMOs. Just to signal out one political group is, again, inappropriate. If people do own HMOs, they've declared them in their declarations of interest, and it's in the public domain.
Okay, can I just, no, concerns, because I don't want to prolong it, can I just give you my views? If people have a business and it's been declared and they're making the profit from it, which is within the law, and paying the taxes, we've got no problem with that. So I would say, let's not personally attack or label people. If you meant, sorry, concerns, please don't interrupt me. If you meant in a good faith that they are experts in HMO, I'll take it as they are expert in HMO, and it's a positive. Thank you. Okay, that concludes this matter. Councillor Hamdani.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I take the Oldham's Group amendment in the spirit in which it was intended. I think what you're trying to do is find a practical solution to a very difficult, intractable problem. There is a procedural issue with the amendment, and as we all know, Mr Mayor, procedural problems are the best ones. I think if we were to accept it, we wouldn't have a balanced budget, which is illegal. So actually voting through the proposal as it stands, and if I'm wrong later on, please correct me, but I have that concern. Nevertheless, this is a proposal that hasn't gone through scrutiny, and there are issues in terms of working out exactly what the costings are, what the practical issues are, dealing with the concerns of the officers with regards to the contract with Muse, dealing with the legal and practical situation. As such, I would rather we explored that properly, and what I'd rather do is ask for this proposal to go to scrutiny so that it can actually be gone through. And actually, Councillor Akhtar raised a number of other issues which aren't part of the proposal, but which are related and which we should be looking at. So what I would actually like to do is propose that the amendment is sent to scrutiny, and if it is possible for the report to deal with that, to look into the other issues that Councillor Akhtar raised, that is done by scrutiny. Because we should be looking for practical solutions like this, and the more we can do to explore this properly, the better situation we would be in.
Okay, so I have a proposal. So, okay, you always reserve your right. So I'm going to take a vote on this. Councillor Taylor, do you want to come in before? I got a proposal, so can I just deal with this and then bring you in? Or is it related to this proposal?
Yeah, it's related to the proposal. So I think there are other issues at play here, and I think while obviously we are talking about the financial cost because it is Budget Council, we do have to think about the human cost. And I think the suggestion that we would pack people into the tower like we would batter hens is just completely unacceptable. Like the suggestion that we're going to have 207 apartments and the size and space of those apartments just don't stack up. I mean, that's firstly the big thing. But the second thing is, it's just not a model that works. If it was a model that worked, well, no, I am replying, and it is relevant, and this is why I don't think it should be referred to scrutiny, because if it was a model that worked, councils everywhere would be taking big buildings and turning them into blocks of temporary accommodation. There are reasons why we don't do that. If we had to evacuate in an emergency, as we have done quite recently, how could we possibly rehouse hundreds of people in one go? It is just not a model that works, and I don't support it going to scrutiny.
Okay, so I have a proposal and seconders. So I have to take the vote on that. So all those in the favor of taking this to scrutiny? Yeah, but I think I'm just trying to deal with this proposal and then come back to the amendment. All those in favor of sending it to scrutiny? Okay, all those against? Okay, I think the proposal is lost. So back to the original amendment, Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is the opportunity to look at everybody's proposals and amendments, the administration, and not rubbish everything that everybody else has said. We all present a budget. You may think it's out of this world. You may think it's not possible. Oh, but everybody's got a bit of something, and it's about time you recognise that we all work hard on putting a budget forward and an amendment or whatever to it, that we give it time, we respect it, and we respect the councillors that have done it and and put their own time in, not just officers' time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, it was not to amendment, but I respect what you're saying. I am going to give the right of reply first to Councillor Jabbar, and then I'll come back to...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everyone who puts an amendment in...
Please keep it brief, because we're really running out of the time.
Yeah, we respect that. And I think to the Oldham group, I respect that they put in an amendment, and I respect that they agreed the council tax, and I respect that they agreed our revenue budget. In terms of what they were saying, Mr. Mayor, as the two speakers were speaking, I could really feel their emotion in regard to this subject, and who couldn't in this chamber. I think we've discussed it several times. So we're with you on that. We're just trying to find a solution to it. We are working on a number of issues, as the Cabinet member, Elaine Taylor, has mentioned, leaders mentioned. Sorry? Yeah, we have an open door policy. And going back to Councillor Byrne's point, we do respect that because, you know, we believe that everybody comes to this chamber to support and work for the resident of this borough. So from that perspective, you know, we understand that, and we understand the amount of work that you've done. Would be happy offline to have a chat to see what can be done, because as it is there, printed, I'm afraid even if you look at the comment from the finance team, there is no way under those circumstances we could actually accept that. That's not rubbishing your idea. We value what you said. We value the sentiment that you've shown. We're happy offline to work with you to see if there's something that can be done. But, Mr. Mayor, we recognise everybody's work that they've done to this budget. It does take a lot of time. I agree with what Pam Byrne has said. But on this occasion, unfortunately, we can't accept this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks for assisting me, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Wahid, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, in regards to Councillor Hinds, I think it's very unfair for Councillor Hinds to mock the idea of...
May I request that I dealt with that matter and think let's move on from
£2 million savings that, you know, we're proposing that this development would achieve without actually scrutinising it. And moving on to scrutiny, you know, when we devised this plan, we were expecting that it would go to scrutiny to cabinet. You know, unfortunately that hasn't happened, and again, you know, like you voted against this going to scrutiny now as well. So you know, our numbers stack up, and it's a viable solution. Councillor Taylor was, very dismissive of the idea of, like a battery hen type of operation. No, this would be a very well-developed plan where, you would get really good quality apartments. And what exactly are you criticising against what? Your plan is absolutely ridiculous. Some of the residents that I come across, the amount of upheaval in their lives that happen because of temporary accommodation, the way it's being handled right now, like you're not one to talk. You can't have that criticism. That your plan is not working, and yes, of course, Councillor Jabbar, thank you very much. We would like to continue this conversation. 2 or 3 weeks is not enough to really prepare a full-blown plan, and I think we do have innovative ideas in the opposition to be able to, assist you. And if you actually started trying to, encourage those and invite those, we might be in a better place. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I say, and I think it's been echoed across the chamber, that good ideas are welcomed. I fully understand their ideas are not fully developed. And I think I really appreciate administration saying that they got open door policy and they will work with you. And we don't have to wait for the budget meeting to do that. And I think we should be, because we all are here for the one reason, to serve the residents. So whichever way the good ideas come, I think they should flourish and they should be supported and helped. So we're going to move to recorded vote again. So please do indicate your intentions.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
Abstain.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop.
Abstain.
Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Johan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
Abstain.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hints. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hobin. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Feeder. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores.
Against.
Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustich. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Wahid. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodvine.
Against.
Mr. Mayor.
So amendment is lost 36 against, 4 in favor and 11 abstentions. I'm mindful that we had really extensive discussion on budget altogether. I know we were discussing amendments, but if you look at amendments, they are 0.1 to 0.3% of the total budget. And people were actually not strictly speaking to amendments, they were speaking to budget. So I'm going to suggest that I will take 1, 2, 3 speakers who have not spoken, or got a really valid point to make, and then we will move towards vote. So I'll start with Councillor Lancaster, considering that is not a massive political speech, is to the point, something positive. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I just wanted to talk around austerity, really. If there was one positive aspect which I thought might come from Labour's victory in the last general election, I thought we might hear a little bit of the repeated platitudes around austerity. But as we've had some historical revisionism, I thought I'd present a different perspective. When the national government, the national government then newly elected, came into office in 2010, there was an 11% national budget deficit to plug. And at the time, there was a political consensus about the need for what became known as so-called austerity, which essentially meant reductions in public spending. The then Labour Chancellor, who was a political titan, and I'm sure that the Labour Party misses dearly, used to claim that he was more of a fiscal conservative even than the late great Baroness Thatcher. So I just thought I'd raise that, and also as a bit of a defence of my Liberal Democrat colleagues in front of me who've taken a slightly unfair beating on this throughout the course of the evening. So I'm balancing my earlier remarks with this speech now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do try my best to balance the opinion to give everyone a chance to speak and make the reasonable point across the political group. So keeping with that theme, I'll bring Councillor Hamdani in. Thank you for your support.
I kind of just want to echo some of the points that were raised in scrutiny with going through the budget in terms of the certainty which it is presented that the savings in this budget are going to be achieved and the failure to achieve the savings and hit the spending targets over the previous years. My colleagues who represented us at scrutiny raised significant concerns about this, which were also raised at Audit Committee. Councillor Jabbar, sadly you weren't there to hear them, you know, our reserves are not in a sustainable place. The budget being proposed is one which would slightly improve the situation with the reserves, but the failure to achieve the budgets of the previous 3 years give me no confidence that that will happen. And that is my extremely significant concern about the financial stability of this council, and is the main issue beyond national politics, which forces people into this situation with this budget. I am concerned it is not realistic, and the evidence of the past 3 years suggests it is not. Thank you.
I think very fair challenge. Councillor Ali.
Mr. Mayor, the administration budget that Councillor Jabbar and Councillor Shah has set out is not one that we have actually put together lightly. I mean, I can say it is, I genuinely believe it's one that achieves value for money across all the services, and at the same time is ambitious, it maximises opportunities, it invests for the future, and it continues to improve the lives of our residents. We have prioritised our savings based on options that have lesser impact on our residents. We have gone through every line of spending several times over, challenged ourselves and each other over meetings after meetings, so that we can present the best budget for our residents, one that balances the books and at the same time investing where we need to. I am pleased that many of the priorities we have set out previously we have delivered on, but recognise that we do need to continue on this trajectory, on our journey of future priority and ambition, and harness the opportunity of the change of government. Our residents expect us to be ambitious, and through our Oldham and corporate plan, Mr. Mayor, they can see the ambitions of this administration right from early years of a child's life to improving the lives of all our residents, including the disabled and elderly residents. We are committed, as been pointed out, to improving opportunity for our residents to live a good life, tackling poverty, improving health and well-being, building more affordable and quality homes. So we are not simply talking about doing, we are delivering on many of these things, and we can only do the best we can with the money we have. I mean, it's heartening to see the final local government funding settlement has been better than ever before with the new Labour government. We have seen an increase of the money, the additional money that we've received. This government has recognised the challenges, and with the money that we have, now we'll be able to better support our elderly residents, children in social care, and provide homes for the people to live in. I mean, I am genuinely, proud of the administration's work with the support of our brilliant officer team, from improving customer experience from when a resident contacts the council by improving the customer digital platforms,
delivering on the, diverse homes, improving educational outcomes, regenerating the town centre, and equally proud of the creation of the largest urban farm, which is partially in your ward, Mr. Mayor, isn't it? The Northern Routes that we call it. Which is going to be a great, recreational and additional opportunity for our residents. Okay, so I'm just going to be very quick here. So the funding announced in this budget also allows us to foster carers, allows us to sort of support the foster carers to adapt or extend their homes to support the needs of children in their care is important. Our foster carers do a fantastic work, and I'm proud of how this council has increased the support provided to them in recent years. So I hope colleagues in this chamber will support the administration budget, and I genuinely believe it is a budget that maximises opportunities for all our residents and improves life outcomes and improves our neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Last speaker, Councillor Charter. Very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It will be brief. I just wanted to highlight one of the things in the administration budget that I think is actually a really good value for money for this town, and it speaks to what a lot of people on the other side of the council have said about getting things right first time. One of the proposals is bringing parking enforcement back in-house. I know Councillor Bishop's previously raved about bringing services back in-house, and I think it's a really positive story that we need to be telling, that, instead of contracting out parking enforcement to a company making money, it's going to be going back into council services. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very valid point. Do you have to? Oh, go on then. Sorry, got some heat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our good friend Cameron Gafur, who is unable to be here today due to family emergency, his beloved aunt is critically ill and he is by her side during this difficult time. I'm sure we will all understand that family comes first in moments like these, but he has asked me to make several points in regards to the budget. Specifically in regards to the current budget, when I look at today's budget, I first always look at past performances of this Labour administration to assess the credibility of this budget. So last week we finally received the financial statement, which Councillor Jabbar referred to. The first thing that strikes me in that statement is that it was dated the 27th of February 25, assigned on that date, by three council officers: Harry Cattrall, who's no longer here, Sarah Johnston, who left the council last month, and Chris Kelsall, who left the same day the draft accounts were issued with his signature still wet on the page. These draft accounts, which were issued only last week, actually state if we have any queries about them, we should contact any of these three officers. I'm sure you'll all agree we might find that a little bit difficult. Mr. Mayor, for this Labour administration to lose one of these officers is unfortunate. For two of them is worrying, and for three, all sorts of alarm bells are ringing. In the absence of these officers, and Councillor Jabbar, I think this probably answers something which you referred to earlier. In the absence of those officers, I then looked at what our external auditor, Mazars, have said. And there on page 34, Mazars have said that they cannot sign off on the 23-24 accounts as there remains outstanding work on issuing an assurance statement. So, Mr. Mayor, 23-24 financial statements, which was only issued last week, three council officers have left the building and the external auditors won't sign the accounts off. This should worry us all. And in regards to reserves, in the 23-24 financial statement on page 4, Sarah Johnston says that it is very concerning that the council relies on reserves to fund annual expenditure, and this must be addressed as a matter of urgency. On page 16 of that same statement, it shows a table which had the revenue account reserves balance in 2020 of 120 million, and in March 24 that has reduced down to 50 million. We then look at today's budget report, which on page 4 in this financial year of 24-25, another or further 29 million has been taken from the reserves, which has been used to fund council expenditure. Mr. Mayor, this is not sustainable and is not a way to run the council. And finally, in the last month's cabinet budget report, it actually says that the council is to develop a strategy to increase reserves that is to be chaired by Councillor Shah. And it is Councillor Gafur's assertion, Mr. Mayor, that This is like putting an arsonist in charge of the fire brigades. Councillor Shah is the reason our reserves are depleted, and now we are to believe she is the person who will restore our reserves. Mr. Mayor, this is not a credible strategy. Councillor Shah is not credible. This administration is not credible. And moving on to my final point, the Labour administration will blame COVID and central government, but all councils in the UK have dealt with that. The real reason why our councils are in such bad shape is down to the decisions that the Labour administration has made. They bought a shopping centre for 10 million, which will end up costing us 100 million by the time it's complete. What do we precisely get for this? What do the residents get to show for this? I'm nearly there. A reduced indoor market with less stalls, relocated council offices. None of this will, they claim that there's new footfall for the town, but does that actually correlate with spend in the town? I don't think so. Only Oldham Labour would deplete our reserves, spend 100 million on the Spindles project, and not create additional town centre footfall.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Just to be clear, Councillor Shah indicated probably point of personal explanation. Don't shoot the messenger. He was just reading what Councillor Ghaffur has sent him. So, and also before you come in, after that, Councillor Jabbar, obviously I have serious concerns if it's been said that people who have signed up the accounts post-dated, etc., etc. So I would like your views on that and assurance, Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to shoot the messenger. I do have great sympathy for Councillor Ghaffur's situation. I am a bit sort of baffled, though, that given the extreme sort of like circumstances that Councillor Wahid demonstrated, and Councillor Ghaffur found it in his bandwidth to still put forward those, what was the word you called?
Arsonist.
Yeah, yeah. So talking about personalities again and not policies is an issue. But I can't, if they don't think I'm credible, that's their view, that's fine. But Councillor, I can just take this opportunity to once again remind people, and they get really offended, so I feel really begrudged by having to do this. But honestly, every single time they speak, they just demonstrate the level of inexperience. Do they really think that's how council finances work? They tell us we're not transparent, but they like shoot out all these numbers that are in the public domain. They just fail to understand what they mean and how local government finance works. They talk about saying that, oh, you know, like getting the arsonist to set off the fire. The Financial Delivery Management Board is to scrutinise the budget all the time, regularly, to make sure that we're in line, because we take it responsibly, because we have to make sure we balance the budget. We have to make sure we stick to the budget and the proposals that we brought forward. So what I will like to offer to the Oldham Group, just so that I don't have to stand here and continuously tell them and give them the opportunity to develop, is that they should come and have a crash course of local government finance with me, and I'll be able to make sure that then every time they stand up, they don't sound the way that they do.
Okay, Councillor Jabbar, you're right to reply, and if you keep it precise, that will be really helpful. I'm more interested in 23-24 accounts being signed off, and what do you think about that?
Mr. Mayor, as you know, I always listen to you and do exactly what you tell me to do. Yeah. Councillor Lancaster, I'm not going to respond to him, but Councillor Councillor Al-Hamdani, do you know, right, you say some things, right, which creates doubt about the way we manage the finances of this authority. But at the same breath, you say, right, the audit committee, the ONS board have got the scrutiny. So you've got to take a position whether we manage it in isolation or there's transparency, and there is within the decision-making structure that we've got scrutiny and accountability. So the £20 million that we said that we will save this year, it will be saved, but there is a process to hold the leadership to account through the audit committee, through the ONS board, and we will do that. So in the past, we've seen in this chamber, Mr. Mayor, that people have said, oh, we're going with a begging bowl to the Ministry of Housing to say that this council is broken, we want money. I tell you this, right, we produced a balanced budget. You look at the report from the auditors, they've said there is no issues to do with value for money at all, and we're only 10% of the council in the whole of the country who's actually signed off and approved the budget for 23-24. Now, Councillor Wahid doesn't mention that. The audit committee at the last meeting approved the statement of accounts for 23-24. That is a fact, Mr. Mayor. The people who were there, ask the chair, ask the people who were there. That's a fact. Now, in terms of the signatures, so what happens is, because this process of taking the draft accounts, it takes a long time from original drafting it to the various committee, to the getting the audit opinion from the external people, eventually to the audit committee. But that's a normal thing. And Harry Cattrall, before the approval of Shelley Kipling, was still the chief executive of this authority. So any idea, right, we were doing some kind of wrong is beyond belief. So if there was anything wrong, why didn't you object to it at the audit committee meeting, and why didn't you stop the accounts for 23-24 being approved? It's just a nonsense. It's another way of talking down Oldham. Genuinely, at 10%, 1 in 10 council, we're in one of those. And yet, Mr. Mayor, they find a way of knocking us. I find it absolutely unbelievable and demoralizing. I really do. And if you've got issues, please raise it, because I'm all for accountability. And as I said in your budget amendment, that if there are ways of working, we do that. That illustrated our commitment, leadership commitment to do that. But what do? When we've done something fantastically well, that you pour cold water on it. It's just not the way to do it. We're here to serve the... You have no idea how hard we have worked to produce a balanced budget. It's not been easy to make people redundant. It's not been easy to cut posts. It's not been easy to withdraw services. But we had to do it because we're responsible people. We have to provide services to this great town of ours. And we can only do it with the budget that we have. Honestly, Mr. Mayor, I really do question some of the motive of the people who speak. And when there is a good news, they find a way of that, Why didn't you raise that with me beforehand? Why do you have to wait for a budget meeting to come and raise this point? If you had an issue with the 23 accounts, why didn't you say it to me? You know I'm the cabinet member, you know the leader, you know everybody else. Yeah. So,
sorry, let Councillor Bart finish first.
Yeah, please let me finish. I think what Councillor Ali said is absolutely right. We're doing everything we can, Mr. Mayor, to take this town forward, to improve the quality of the life for every citizen that voted for all of us here. And we will do that, and we'll continue to do that. Can we do it in the same way that you all wanted? No, because we've got a very constrained budget. But hopefully, with this new government and devolution and single settlement and working with the mayor and the leader's great relationship with the mayor, we will get the right source of money, especially the housing money, because we can deliver that. We will build the new homes this town desperately needs. And insofar as the issue about TA, look, I get it. I worked in housing. I understand it. I feel it. I've seen homeless people. I've rehoused homeless people. But we have got a plan. We will make sure that we're not waiting 3 years before we get the tower block ready to rehouse these people. We will make sure that list is down. We will make sure these people who are in temporary accommodation get proper permanent housing, not living in temporary accommodation. And that's a commitment from this administration. So, Mr. Mayor, look, it is difficult. I said at the outset that I didn't want to recommend the cuts, didn't want to recommend the increase in council tax. But we are bound by the law, the guidance the government provide in terms of managing local government finance. We have to be responsible because people rely on our direction, our services. So with that, I would again ask everyone, please support this budget. It's the right budget at this moment in time, and this town is going forward, and this administration will make sure we take this town forward and deliver for the people of Oldham. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think before I bring Councillor Hamdani, my point of personal explanation, I'm willing to stay here all night, but members will have to decide we start extending meeting or we start concluding business. Councillor Hamdani?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jabbar asked why reference was not made to these officers at an earlier stage. That was brought up at Audit Committee. You weren't there to hear it, and you clearly haven't checked the record. That was brought up, and suggesting that it should have been brought up earlier is misleading. It absolutely was. Also, I would like to point out that the Audit Committee signed off the accounts, not the budget. You said that you keep referring to the Audit Committee signing off the budget in what you said, The Audit Committee signed off the accounts. There is a significant difference. You are very quick to criticise others for not understanding local government finance.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm going to move to vote now. It's a recorded vote. Please do declare your intentions.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
Against.
Councillor Ali. Moa. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chowan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet.
Against.
Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hintz. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussain Aftab. Councillor Hussain Fida. Councillor Hussain Junaid. Councillor Hussain Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores. Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustage. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodvine. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so original motion is carried. There are 31 for, 16 against, and 4 abstentions. Okay, we move on to item 4C. A call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second the pay policy statement 2526, page 381 in the agenda. Councillor Jabbar.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does the councillor agree the council's pay policy statement 2526? Okay. Any against? Okay, that's fine. Do we need to move the council? Okay, council must now vote on the resolutions detailed within the summons. Does council note the agreed council tax base for the year 25-26 as agreed on 16th December 24? Number 2, does council approve the council tax requirement for the council's own purposes for 25-26 as detailed within the summons? Does any member wish to speak? I don't have really time other than if you haven't said what you have said so far. So I suggest we move to vote. It will be a recorded vote. Does council agree the amounts as detailed within the summons are calculated for the year 25-26 in accordance with section 31A to 36 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992? Again, we don't have any time to speak, so we're going to move to recorded vote.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani.
For.
Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth. Councillor Bishop. Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Charters. Councillor Chowan. Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dean. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Hamlet. Councillor Harkness. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Hince. Councillor Hindle. Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hurley. Councillor Hussein Aftab. Councillor Hussein Feeder. Councillor Hussein Junaid. Councillor Hussein Sajid. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jabbar. Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Malik. Councillor Marland. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Moores. Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Nasheen. Councillor Navesy. Councillor Quigg. Councillor Rustage. Councillor Shah. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Sykes. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Waheed. Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Woodvine. Mr Mayor.
Okay, you voted 42 for, 7 abstention, 2 against. Move on to number 4. Does Council note that this year 25-26, the Mayoral Police and Crime Commission precept and the Mayoral General precept, including fire services for Greater Manchester, have been issued to the Council as detailed in the summons. Does any member wish to speak? I'm sorry, we don't have time. It's not a recorded vote, so does Council note? Do you note? Okay. Number 5, does Council agree to set the aggregate amounts as detailed within the summons as the amount of Council tax for 25-26 for each part of its area and for each of the categories of dwelling? Does any member wish to speak? We don't have a time. Sorry. I'm just one step ahead of Boris Solicitor, so I was thinking, though, I'll miss something. So. You should tell me that you can do that. Oh, well, okay. I figured it out now, haven't I? Does any member wish to speak? Sorry, we don't have time again. It's a recorded vote.
Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Al-Hamdani. Councillor Ali Mohan. Councillor Ali Zahir. Councillor Aslam. Councillor Ball. Councillor Bashforth, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Brownridge, Councillor Byrne, Councillor Charters, Councillor Chowan, Councillor Cosgrove, Councillor Davis, Councillor Dean, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Hamlet, Councillor Harkness, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Hince, Councillor Hindle, Councillor Hoban, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Hurley, Councillor Hussein Aftab, Councillor Hussein Feeder, Councillor Hussein Junaid, Councillor Hussein Sajid, Councillor Iqbal, Councillor Islam, Councillor Jabbar, Councillor Lancaster, Councillor Malik, Councillor Marland, Councillor McLaren, Councillor Moores, Councillor Mushtaq, Councillor Nasheen, Councillor Navesy, Councillor Quigg, Councillor Rustage, Councillor Shah, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Shuttleworth, Councillor Sykes, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Waheed, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Woodvine. Mr Mayor.
So you all voted for, so outcome of vote. Thank you very much. That concludes the business of this evening. Thank you. Yeah, you need to say in the next meeting in the start.